Okay, what's going on, family? What's going on? Sorry for the delay. I was trying to get a couple things prepared for y'all to check out before we got started. I think I got it. I think we're good. Let me see. I think we're good. Okay. All right. Peace and shalom, family. Peace and shalom. Hope you guys are doing good. Give me a second. Yep, give me a second. All right. All right, hold on one second. All right. So we here. Let me just bring this up real quick. I want y'all to see something real quick. Let me do it like this. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, let's see. I don't know what just happened. Okay, hold on. All right. All right. So this is a shot from this past weekend when we was in LA. I see y'all saying something about Garfield on Sonetta. I think I seen some of it. I looked at a little bit of it earlier. I didn't really get to watch everything because I've been busy. But I'm not going to call in right now. That'll be kind of inconvenient. I mean, we have a show that I'm going to stop my show to go on another platform and chat. Can y'all see? Let me know if everything is working. Hit 1 if everything is working well. Let me know if everything is working. Hit 1. Hit 1, hit 1, hit 1 if everything is working fine. Hit 1. Let me know if everything's working fine. Hit 1. Hit 1 if you can hear me. Hit 1 if you can see me. Hit 1. All right, good. All right. So what I'm saying is I see some of y'all talking about this show that's going on down right now, Sonetta TV, with the brother Garfield and brother Sonetta having a discussion as it pertains to the 12 tribes, Deuteronomy 28, Israel, and the Exodus and all of that. So I'm not going to call in on the show because we have a devoted, dedicated show that we do here Friday night at 11 p.m. every Friday, right? This show is dedicated and devoted to the people that support this ministry, people who are interested in the dialogues and information that we share here on this channel. I can always go on that show at another time and have a bill concerning that at another time. I can always do that, right? But right now is not the time for that. However, if there's any questions that come up that y'all may have in regards to what you're seeing on that show, you can feel free to ask it here when we get to that point and we can chat, right? But right now, this is about us, family. All right. This is about us. All right. So make sure you guys hit the thumbs up. Those of you who are in here, hit the thumbs up button, hit the thumbs up button. Let's get this video some more visibility. Make sure you guys share this link everywhere. Share this link everywhere. All right. So we can get more people up in the building and we can have a great show on tonight. Okay. We're going to have a smoke break after we finish chatting. Smoke break, as you know, that slang smoke means anybody that has any doctrinal differences or that may have any grievances in regards to the things that we share, teach here on this channel. You'll be given an opportunity to voice that opinion and we can have a build. All right. We're going to do that towards the end. Okay. All right. So in the interim, family, again, hit the thumbs up button, hit the thumbs up. Let me know if there's any audio and video issues in the chat. Let me know if there's any audio video issues in the chat. If you see any kind of sync issues or if you see it locking up, freezing up, pixelating, distorting, anything like that, definitely let me know. All right. So I can make some adjustments on the fly and take care of that. So far, everything looks okay on my end, but I need you guys to continue to confirm that to me so I make sure that everything is looking good. Okay. All right. All right. So let me refresh and see what's going on with that. All right. Cool. 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 All right. All right. So let's go ahead and get started, fam. Let's go ahead and start it. All right. So what I want to do real quick before I start is I want to show y'all some images and some video clips, behind the scenes video clips from our KHM LA chapter launch. We're going to put together a little trailer, right, that we'll go ahead and release on this channel. Also, there's some more behind the scenes stuff that's reserved for Patreon. So if you're part of our Patreon, www.patreon.com/DivineProspect, you'll be able to check out a lot more of the behind the scenes footage about what took place at our event that we had this past Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday, this past weekend. We had a great time. I enjoyed it. You feel what I'm saying? And we're going to make one last stop this year. And I'm going to say that real quick before I get into this. We are aiming for Durham, Raleigh area. However, we did get a lot of requests for the High Point, Greensboro, Winston-Salem area as well. So I'm not sure which area we're going to be in. I mean, I was aiming from Durham, Raleigh, but we've also getting people telling us from Greensboro. But I guess y'all travel anywhere. So if I'm in Durham, Raleigh, if you're from Greensboro, will y'all travel there? And if I go to Greensboro or High Point or somewhere in that area, will y'all travel from Durham, Raleigh to that area? Let me know. Unfortunately, my family out in Houston, we're going to have to postpone y'all until first thing next year when we get back on our chapter launch tour. It's just more convenient for us to do NC now. We're getting slightly more demand and requests from North Carolina. So we're going to head over there. So y'all just need to let me know. You know, I see people saying there's more to do in Raleigh. So, I mean, if we do the Raleigh, if y'all in Greensboro, High Point, are y'all willing to travel that hour, you know, to come out? You know, when we was in LA, people was coming from North California, Mid California, Vegas. You know what I'm saying? People was coming from all over when we was in LA, man. Some people was driving 3 hours to come out. You feel what I'm saying? We was in Dallas. We had people doing the same thing. DC, people coming as far as Delaware from DC. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Ezekiel, man. Drove over from Delaware to come to DC just to be part of the event. So I know y'all are willing to do that, and I appreciate that. You know, I know that's a big sacrifice. That's why we make sure you feed y'all there. Make sure you get some snacks, some real food, something to drink. You know what I'm saying? At this event, we even had a coffee there. You know what I'm saying? Free coffee. You know what I'm saying? Everything's free. There's no cover charge or anything like that. You get some good information and learn what we about as an organization, as well as some gems that's dropped in the interim. And then there's a fellowship at the end, and then you get to eat. And we just had a great time networking, everything like that, man. So these chapter launches from what I'm being told, it's something that y'all are liking, y'all enjoying, you want more of it. We're going to try to hit as many cities as we can next year when we start our tour again. And then remember, we're going international as well. All right. So again, we're going to North Carolina. It's either going to be somewhere near the Greensboro, High Point area or the Durham Raleigh area. More than likely, it's going to be Durham Raleigh that we're going to be at. So those of you, if you're in Greensboro, High Point, if you're willing to drive that hour and some change to come out to us out in Durham Raleigh, we will greatly appreciate that, because for the most part, that's where we're going. All right. So hopefully, family, you know, y'all enjoy this. Hopefully y'all turn out in Raleigh, because I mean, that's our last stop. You know, every event we had more and more and more people coming. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully y'all pack it out. And Raleigh, LA was packed. I mean, we was at the COVID-19 limit. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting because we still had like maybe 10 or 12 people that was trying to come, and they couldn't make it for whatever reason. Some people had to cancel last minute. We had to tell some people, hey, we already at our limit, and they couldn't come. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the next day we had our luncheon at Paz Cantina out in LA. For anybody that wanted to come and check us out in the overflow, you know what I'm saying? You know, get us, you know, meet us and chat with us with people said with your hair down and more informal and so forth. But we had a great time in LA, man. Great time in LA. All right, great time. So this is an image that was taken by Brother Rob. He had came out and you know, last minute and looked out, took some pictures, as well as some footage that I'm gonna show you a little bit of it. So you guys can see. I mean, again, like I said, we had a great time. We had a great time, man. So this is a picture of me right here posting up. If we go through this, you'll see we had another image there of me and my executive team, as y'all can see right there on your screen. Maybe you can't see it on your screen. I don't know what's going on. Hold on, family. Let me fix that. There we go. All right, that's better. All right, it's a picture of me and David Gillespie right here, and Gail Gillespie. This is my executive team. They're the ones that did most of the heavy lifting when we was out there in Los Angeles, as well as when we was physically there in DC as well. They did an excellent job, man. I don't know how I could have done it without these two here. And the other brother, he's not on the screen, but you'll see him in the video I'm about to show in a second. All right. But they came out with me, man. They helped make everything easy for me, man. Easy, man. So I thank the Most High for my executive team looking out, as well as boots to the ground, hands to the plow members that was already there in LA. We had a great time. So I'm going to show y'all some stuff real quick. Let's see. Here's one more picture of us, me and the executive team, right? And then let me bring up some behind the scenes video. Let me do this so you can take a look at it. I guess it's not going to show what I wanted to show. Let's see. That's weird. It's not playing. Hold on. Let me see. Let's do this. Oh, so it wasn't playing my videos. Let me see what's going on. Why isn't these videos playing? Man, really wanted to show it to y'all. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Let me try it one more time. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know why it's not playing. I'll do this then if it's not playing right there. Let's do this. I'll play this portion right here. Let me see if I can get it first.
What's going on?
All right. Okay, let's do this. Let me share my screen real quick. What's going on, family? It's DivineProspect, Kingdom Harvest Ministries. We're out here in Los Angeles, California. We're setting up another chapter for our KHM branch. Right here at the collection 500. So I want you to come with me so you can walk in. Let me show you guys the venue and let me know what you think. Let's go. See, we have our personal escort rooms upstairs to make sure the place is secure. See security right here. All right, so just so you guys know, we try to capture as much footage as we can so you guys can see some of the behind the scenes, see some things that's going on. Got my man Rob out here in the background, professional photographer / videographer in the building. Just finished shooting what? A music video a couple days ago? This man don't play games, man. So let me go ahead and walk you all through. All right, so you can see, family, you're greeted here with our sanitation station. And I have part of my executive team right here, Mr. David Gillespie. Please introduce yourself to the people.
How you doing out there in television land? Strong Island, keeping it a buck. You in here. Come on out. We waiting on you. Peace.
Peace, peace, peace. All right, so we're going to walk y'all in, so come on, check it out. All right. All right, so we have our vending station over here with some of my vending items. All right, you guys can check it out. All right, so as you can see, we have a very lax and laid back seating arrangement. So you can see people can sit and lounge here. All right, we have a lounge area over here. We have our formal seatings over there. All right, we're gonna do a little tidying up before the people join in. We gotta introduce y'all to my man, Jamal. What's going on, man? Got Jamal in the building, what's going on? This is the other half of my executive team, Gail Gillespie. Saying what's up to the people. As you can see, we got the refreshments, the foods, and everything out for the people. We got a little machine right here for our coffee, so nobody has any excuse for nodding off. All right, we got the caffeine in the building. All right, as you can see, we have a seating arrangement here. Everything's gonna be spaced out, so when people come in, we be able to follow all the guidelines for COVID-19 to make sure that all the safety protocols are in place so that everybody stays safe and secure. And we're gonna give the people a nice little presentation, let them know what KHM is about. All right, so y'all stay tuned. Thanks. All right, so that was the intro portion there. Again, it was really good. I liked it. I enjoyed it. Okay. Let me see if I can share with y'all a few more clips, and then we're gonna let me see what's going on with this. There we go. Let me share a few more clips for y'all behind the scenes so you can see what was going down. I think this is the one I want this. Yeah, I'm gonna show this one. All right, and then we're gonna get started in a second. Let me show it to y'all. All right, so those of you who've been to our events before, you know pretty much what that scene was about right there. That's, you know, when we do our little gift giving of hospitality that we're restoring, custom restoring back to our community. And that's the giving of pistachios and almonds. And like I said, those who came out to the events prior, y'all know what that's about. Let me see if I can find a few more clips, and then we can get started. Just so I can get some behind the scenes to see what's going on. All right. So for people that, are concerned about COVID and everything like that, we want to make sure that, we were COVID friendly as well.
See, and Divine will explain to you what the name behind okay? Oh, okay. Everybody has masks?
All right. So again, what David was saying is that, he was saying this is a process. So we're going to let y'all know about our sanitation station. And here's your cup with your almonds, pistachios. Divine's going to explain what the cups and pistachios are about, which I wind up doing for them and explain to people, why we're doing this so they can understand, that that's part of the custom that we give. You feel what I'm saying? And again, we had to meet certain guidelines so that way we can maintain our presence in the venue. Okay, so that's why we also shot some footage so that way we can show that we were doing what we were supposed to do in regards to the venue. All right. So let me see if I can show y'all some more. This is a quick shot right here. Let me see if y'all know who this person is right here in the screen. Let me see if y'all know who that was. Can somebody tell me who that was? Do y'all know who that was? Somebody let me know if y'all know who that was. Put it in the chat. Good people's right there, man. Came out to support the event with my brother Jamal Sampson. All right, let me give y'all one more clip of people just relaxing and lounging. You know what I'm saying? Even before we got started, we had a lot of people coming through, man. I think we had almost 40 people in the building, and that was like the max that we could have supported. You know what I'm saying? People coming out there. You feel what I'm saying? Let me see. Let me see if we get some pictures of everything else there. I don't know why the videos I downloaded wasn't working, but it kind of showed, you know what I'm saying, everybody that came out there. So I'll stop from there. I think we had enough. That's my brother that was there. That's Josh Childress. If you didn't know who that was, that's Josh Childress. All right. He's an ex-NBA player. Now he's a real estate guru doing his thing. So he came out. My brother Jamal Sampson, another ex-NBA player. He's actually our director of our KHM Los Angeles chapter. So shout out to my brother Jamal Sampson for assisting, helping out with that. And then we had a couple of their colleagues out there as well that played ball. So, I mean, it was a great showing, man. We had all types of people from all walks of life in regards to industries. Everybody there were our people. But in regards to being attractive for the things that we did, we had people who did real estate, people that did production for NBC, people who are into law. My brother that also came out. What's the other guy's name? I forgot his name that came out there, man. Forgot the guy's name. My other brother that came out too, who was an ex professional boxer. He showed up and now he's getting into MMA and he has a degree in clinical psychology. I mean, we had a lot of people come out there, man. We had a great time. So when we go to Raleigh, we hoping that Raleigh, we can end off the year good in Raleigh. That will be our last stop. All right. We're trying to get there the first weekend of December for that weekend. So if you are in Raleigh, please reserve that time to be available to come out with us and have a good time with us. The flyer will be up next week, so you can check out the flyer, which means it's official. We're going to work on a venue so we can add it to the flyer. I have connects already on the ground there, so they're going to work with me to get that venue all set, and we're going to come out there and have a good time with y'all. All right. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and transition from there. All right. So I want to say thank you to all of our new Patreon subscribers. I truly appreciate you guys. You know, every time somebody joins the Patreon, I get a message from them saying, wow, I didn't know all this content was here, all these resources here. I'm like, yeah, that's what we do for the little investment that you give us. We give you a wealth of things back in return. As you can see there, scrolling across the screen is www.patreon.com/DivineProspect. So I want to say thank you to everybody that just newly signed up for Patreon. We had a good amount of people sign up over the past couple of days. When people saw what we did out in LA, I mean, just so many people wanted to be a part of what we had going on. So I truly appreciate that. So I want to make sure that I put that out there. Thanks to everybody who continues to watch our content, shares our videos, keeps us in your prayers. You know, giving us heads up on things that's going on. Even in the chat, you always telling me what was going on Sinetta. So, you know, I got my little watches out there. So I appreciate y'all for looking out and bringing me the word. Let me know what's going on. I want to say shout out to my team and everybody that is part of KHM. You know, we're going through our onboarding process, bringing more people on board officially, getting people onboarded in regards to our 2 programs, our Natural Path to Eden and our Jubilee May Mission programs. Also, we are working hard to get everything prepared and ready for our Bible study class, quote unquote. That's going to take place in December. I decided to push it off because I didn't want traveling and doing the chapter launches to interfere with my focus on that. So after we finish touching down in Durham Raleigh, then after that, we're going to get it popping with the classes, because I know a lot of you have been asking about the classes. So we got y'all. All right. The flyer for that will be out next week. The flyer for our touching down in Raleigh, North Carolina, will be out next week. That means things are official once the flyer is out, and we're going to get it popping. All right. You're definitely going to enjoy. As y'all can see, we've been doing a lot. You know, those of you who checked out the video, sit down with me and Brandon. We had a build on that Friday when I was out there. And then that Sunday before I left, me and him sat down and had a build. So what I did was I put that video out for you. I was already on Patreon about 3 days ago, I think 3 or more days ago. And then I just finally released it for public consumption on the YouTube channel. And also to sit down with me and Katina Fields. She's the celebrity PR agent. And she's going to be coming on board to work with us to kind of help us with our public relations and our media relations element in regards to what we're doing to kind of convey to the community what we're about, what we're affording the community, so we can kind of rebrand the image of what Israelites really are about and what we have to offer to the community. All right. And she's going to help us out with that. Her clientele list is extensive, man. She represents tons of celebrities, multi-billion-dollar corporations, small businesses, not-for-profits. I mean, you could just look her up and see her resume is crazy. You know what I'm saying? So it's good that we was able to get her on board. Shout out to Elder Yosef of our KHM DMV chapter, who got me in touch with his sister. And now she's going to be working hard in the scenes to get us on huge platforms, put us in front of celebrities and all that. So you're about to see, man, 2021 is going to be a wrap. I'm just telling y'all that. We're working behind the scenes, and what we're doing is we're being transparent. So we're sharing a lot of this with y'all, so y'all can see, you know, the things that we're doing, you know what I'm saying, while we're restructuring, while we're trying to get things in order. So you can kind of see the growth of where it is that we're trying to go and we try to do for the community, and we're trying to bring y'all on for the ride. You know what I'm saying? All of y'all, you know, wherever success we get, we bring it back to the community, man. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all can always live vicariously through us. And thank you all of y'all for your support, everything that you've done, and your sacrifice and everything that you have done for us, man. Y'all are the best. I love y'all. And that's why I said I'm not going to get distracted when we do the show. The show is for y'all. Everybody supports everybody that's been here. Shout out to my brother Otis Miller in the building. He was out there, man. That brother looked out for us as well, man. Shout out to my brother Otis in the building. So let me go ahead and get some shout outs too, man. Give me some shout outs, and then I'm going to show y'all what we have going on this weekend. I'm on 2 shows this weekend, 2 platforms I'll be premiering on this weekend. So I definitely want to give y'all a heads up on that. But let me go in this chat, see what y'all got going on, see if I can give a couple of shout outs to whoever I see up in here. Shout out to Judas Redemption in the building. Sister Millie Love, what's going on? Howard Seraphine, what's going on, my brother? Consuelo F. Roland Walker, Yehuda Ben Yisrael, Aishu Code, Ya Asan Tawa, Daughter of Zion, Aki DB, Janet Grant, Essie Thompson, Sister Lynette, Margaret Foster, Sister V Love, Just Call Me Tex, what's going on? Zeph in the building, Hebrew 45, Tracy H, my brother Sidney Woods in the building, what's going on? Mr. Casanova, 1911, Blue Star Transportation, the MD20, what's up, my brother GAA Orlando in the building. I'm gonna show you all about that in a second. Miss B, Sadaria Halliburton, Scott Garrett Headley, my brother Yayef, 144 in the building, Karen Gittins, what's going on? Strong Island, keep it a buck. What's going on? Tracy H in the building. What's up? Royal Gem. What's going on? Black Ave is out here in the building with us. What's going on? Remarkable Ministries, aka Sister Gail. What's going on? Yvette Powell. What's up? Let me see. Bruce Williams. What's going on, Bruce? What's going on? Let me see who else is up in here with us. Let me see. Zedek Yahuda, my brother Elephant Man Podcast Network in the building. Justin Butler, King David, the Lucid Fire, Donnell Jones, David Patterson, The Realness, Torio TMH. What's going on, man? Shout out to my sister Lynette for the donation. Thank you so much for that, sis. Thank you so much, sis. I appreciate that, man. I love when you guys send prayers and encouragement my way, man. Like I tell you all the time, there's times where I feel like throwing the towel at least once a month. I just feel like just saying, yo, it's too much. It's overwhelming. I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? But then the Most High gets me back in line, makes it more bearable. And then I realize whenever we get this outpouring of love from the people, man, that I say, okay, I'm gonna keep it going, man. I'm gonna keep it going. Shout out to my brother William, aka Reckless Animosity in the building. Y'all, what's up, Son of Light? Stacks 2296. What's going on? My brother Seth is in the building with us. What's up? Let's see. KMD, what's going on? Mark Benjamin, my brother DN Denaj. What's going on, my brother? I'm about to show an image video with you in it. Cesar Rodriguez, what's going on? New Hope Family Investments LLC. Kevin Powell, shalom. Man, brother Kevin says he's so happy to be part of the chosen and elect. That's what's up, my man. That's what's up. Sam Bone, what's up? All right. Goddess Isis, what's up? All right. So let me go ahead and get started, man. Thank you, Sister Lynette, for the donation. Again, I appreciate that, sis. Truly appreciate it, man. We look forward to seeing you when we get out there as well and breaking bread. Shout out to J Cam M79, my brother Dwayne Yosef. What's up? All right. So I think I gave enough shout outs. If y'all want some shout outs, just hit two. If you want to shout out if I missed you. So that way we can let the world know who our day ones were, who the people that came in here and shot in the gym with us. You feel what I'm saying? While we were building, while we were growing. Like I said, a lot of people was always talking, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube, on Facebook. We out here building, man. You know what I'm saying? We out here building. The reason why you see a drought of me putting out lectures and stuff is because I'm taking time aside to actually build and bring solutions to the community in real time. You know what I'm saying? Investing everything that's been invested in us, you know, all these expenses to go out and do these events, man. You know what I'm saying? And paying for all of this and bringing food and bringing people together, man. I mean, this stuff is serious, man. You know what I'm saying? And trying to get professionals in place to help us. And it's a lot that we got going on, man. A lot that we're going on. So people talk about nation building. We really out here doing that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we really out here doing that. You feel what I'm saying? And 2021 is a wrap. You know what I'm saying? As soon as it get warm, the winter time, I'm going to come out with some more teaching. I'll do some more lectures. We focus on the classes and stuff. But once the winter is over and we hit March, man, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. We coming out of hibernation strong, man, like a hungry bear. It's a wrap. You feel what I'm saying? Shout out to Larry in the building. Truth Seeker, what's going on? Good vibes to y'all as well. All right. Good vibes to y'all as well. I appreciate that. All right. And I think that's everybody. All right. Y'all said what's up. All right. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. All right. So let me let you know what's going on Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to be kind of busy this weekend. I got 2 shows, 2 platforms I'm going to be on. All right. Shout out to Sister Ya Asantawa, Daughter of Zion. Thank you so much for the donation, sis. Sisters are showing out, man, showing love and support. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to P-Way, my brother Dimitri Elder in the building. What's going on, family? Make sure you hit that thumbs up. All right, because we're about to get it popping soon. That means we're about to get started passionately. You feel what I'm saying? Sometimes I got to do the translations because, you know, we got some people in there that's a little bougie and they don't know what we're talking about. So I got to, you know, kind of break down the slang sometimes and translate it for y'all, whatnot. But, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, man. I can't hide the New York in me, man. I never can, man. It's hard to do that, man. You feel when I first came out to Atlanta, man, I tried to do the down south, you know what I'm saying, slang and accent and all of that. It didn't work. It's too much New York in me, man. Too much New York in me. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, so with that being said, family, I'm gonna tell y'all what we got going on. Give me a second. Let me go ahead and show y'all what's going on. Let me bring it up here on the screen so y'all can see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hold on, let me grab it. Okay, I just had it. Where is it at? Where is it at? Oh, let me grab it again then. Hold on, let me grab it again. All right, give me a second. All right, here we go. All right, so let me go ahead and show this to y'all real quick on the screen. All right, so this shows y'all can see it. All right. So shout out to my brother Vaughn Parker in the building. He invited me to come on to the Great Awakening Assembly Orlando on their show. They have a great show that they do every Sabbath at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I try to check it out as much as I can, man. I support that brother's endeavors. Shout out to Dr. Kenneth Howard as well, who's the overseer of the Great Awakening Assembly, man. They're doing big things. You feel what I'm saying? So he thought that it would be a good idea, I guess, to invite me on the show, which I have no problem doing, man. I support that brother to the highest, man. That brother's looked out for me, man. We have a good relationship. So they invited me to be a special guest on their show. So this is going to be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Well, it's 12 a.m. now. So later on today on the Sabbath at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the YouTube channel, just type in GAA-ORL. GAA, Great Awakening Assembly, ORL, Orlando. All right, just type that in. You'll go ahead and subscribe over there. Hit the bell notification. And just know that we're going live at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when we going in. All right, so if y'all know, I've been talking about lately Autonomy While in Captivity. That's the name of the show, what we're going to be talking about. Y'all saw me when I did that the thing on Dante Fortson's show last week. And I talked about that at our KHM meeting. And this week I talked about it. You know what I'm saying? So that is the next step. You feel what I'm saying? Like, that's the next step. So the stuff that we do here, the discussions, the lectures, the information, the debates, and all of that for YouTube, Facebook, that's fine and dandy. But while that's going on, we building behind the scenes. You feel me? We put in that work. You know what I'm saying? We nation building. We find all the resources, all the legal frameworks in which to work in, and how to get involved politically and civically to take over our towns or communities, how to implement Torah-based policies in these regions as well, land acquisition, self-sustainable homes. I mean, we had an influx of calls of people that really want to work, man. You feel what I'm saying? So I thank the Most High for that, man. I don't mind people enjoying the scholarship part, the information part. That's great. But can we get the same amount of attention when it comes to nation building, right? People talk about it, but I'm like, yo, where's our institutions? Where are they? Where's our think tanks at? Where are they? Where's our manufacturing plants at? Where are they? Where's our collective farms and sustainable homes? Where's our community currency? Where's our community bank? Where are these things at? If we're saying that, where's our security detail for public safety in the communities in which we live? Right? Where's our Mordecai, Esther's, Nehemiah's, and Daniel's, right? And Joseph's. Where these players at in their positions who are Israelites that is able to look out for our communities before things go to hell? Where's it at? Where's our little Goshen's at? That's self-sustaining and autonomous, that is able to avoid the judgment that the Most High has put it on this nation because we're relying on each other. Where's these things at? So we out here to implement it and build that. Home birthing centers, homeschooling centers. We're trying to put that in every city that KHM is at. All our services that we have, we're trying to put it in every city that we're at. All right, every city. Shout out to the sister Yawa Asantawa, daughter of Zion. Thank you so much for the donation. Sis, you put NYC. Are you in New York City? We'll be there soon. Definitely, we will be in New York soon. All right. Shout out to my brother Jetson Silencio for the donation. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate that. Sister Millie Love in the building. Let's go, family. Show your support for the KHM movement by hitting that like button. Thank you so much, Sister Millie. A familiar face on here has been looking out for the longest, man. I appreciate you, Sister Lynette, Sister Ya'a Asantawa, daughter of Zion. Thank you, man. The sisters, I love y'all, man, because y'all always show love and support. Y'all always get the word out. I mean, sisters are loyal, man. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that our brothers ain't either, because we got a lot of loyal brothers in it, but the sisters, man, behind the scenes, they've been putting the word out. And they've been doing their thing, man. That's why, you know, you got to understand when we talk about people talk about nation building. I mean, you talking about nation building. We're trying to build the community. You can't do it unless the women and children are empowered and edified. This is not just for men. This ain't a movement just for men. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we're here. They should be right next to us. Children should be on the other side. As we moving forward to advance this thing, everybody has a role and assignment, and it's equitable. You understand? It's equitable. So when we as men do our thing and in our role, and we understand to respect the value of the women and children and the process, because there's distinct things and duties and assignments that they have that's equally as valuable and important as well, then we can advance forward. We cannot oppress our children. We cannot oppress the sisters. Brothers, you cannot do that. If you do that, when we cannot grow as a nation, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You understand? It's not going to work. So I appreciate the sisters for their support, for their sacrifice, and for looking out for us. We appreciate that, because you got to understand, you know, in churches are mostly filled with women. You go look at the Israelite community, mostly filled with men. I think that there's an imbalance. There's too much testosterone that's out there filling things up. We need our men to be strengthened, and this is why a lot of men leave the church, because they feel the church is weak. They come over here, they're strong. However, I tell people the home is not the battlefield, right? So we're a community. We don't bang on our sisters. We don't oppress our sisters. We don't abuse our sisters. We don't silence our sisters. We do not do that. You understand? You only do that to the enemy. You only do that to the opposition. You only do that to those that's trying to keep you oppressed, suppressed, marginalize you. We don't do that to those in our community. We do not oppress our own. Do you understand? I just want to make sure that's loud and clear. So we understand that everybody has their own role. This is why we talk about egalitarianism. That's extremely important, because that's what the ancient Israelites were doing before the monarchy came on the scene. That was part of the culture. It's left there in the text as well as in the material culture by way of archaeology. It's there. So men, when you do your part and show that the sisters are equally as valuable to the things that you're doing, then we can get in line. Get your children involved. Have them do something when it comes to this nation building. They need to understand what it is as well. And once you do what you're supposed to do, everything else will fall in order. You shouldn't have to impress it upon or impose it upon or coerce this. Just walk in your truth. Do what you need to do. And then support others that's on the same path. And then you can make things happen. That's how it needs to work. You understand what I'm saying? So we don't suppress our sisters over here. You know what I'm saying? We thank them, we appreciate them, and their roles are equally as powerful as us, brothers. You understand? That's just what it is. And that's not catering. That's not kissing up. That's not what we're doing over here. That's the truth. That's the way the Most High views it. The Most High views it that way. Do you understand? So if we understand that, then we can get somewhere. If we don't understand that, we cannot go nowhere. Jubilee is about liberty, letting the captives free. There's been people in our community that's been captive for a long time in other religions, in other movements. But here, this is time for Jubilee. This is time for the release of those captives. Do you understand? There must be liberation when people come into this movement. If they don't feel liberated, then you have failed. We have dropped the ball. This is what I'm talking about, rebranding, because the whole image of our community has been tainted. The whole image has been distorted. The whole image is misunderstood. We all have our role to play. What we're doing as KHM is showing our faith through our works. So when people look up, and this is the thing I get all the time, I get so many people, I tell you all this all the time, that is in all types of walks of life that are waking up to the truth. And they hit me up and said, brother, man, you know, I know I'm an Israelite and all that, but I don't know how I can share or tell other people because, you know, they go on Google and look it up, man, it looks bad. Some people say, man, I just send them to your channel and send them to see what KHM is doing. I said, look, I understand this is how you feel. So we see there's a need. So as KHM, we're going to go about doing our best to rebrand who we are before the community. So one other step in that is that this Sunday, I'm going to be on a platform. Shout out to Sister Kawana Jacobs. She has a show called The New Normal. All right. I'll share those details. I don't have the link for that. But I'll share those details with you guys so you guys can check it out. On her show, she wants to know, what is a Hebrew? What is an Israelite? What does this thing mean? What is this all about? And this is for an audience that is not Israelites, because they're inquiring and they want to know who we are, what we about, and they need a diplomat or somebody that can best convey or explicate, love that word, explicate who we are, what we're about. You see, when y'all go back on this channel, when I was out in Dallas, we was downtown in the streets doing campaigning for our event that Saturday for the KHM Dallas launch. Y'all see, I sat there and I spoke to two white Catholics, a couple. Took time out, spoke to them. Y'all watched the whole video was there. Started off talking about the Trinity and it transitioned into who we are and what we're about. And I took time to do that, and it was recorded simply because I wanted to show the community that this is the way that we need to move. We need to move diplomatically. We need to play chess, so much so that even when we're given a checkers board, we know how to move and how to do dealings. Some of y'all want to jump the gun, and some of y'all want, okay, we are still lifting up our voice like a trumpet, showing our people their sins and their transgression. We're still doing that. That hasn't stopped. But that is not all that you need to do to build a nation. Are y'all understanding that? Okay. Shout out to Sister Jill C for our KHM DMV in the building. Thank you so much, sis, for the donation. I truly appreciate that. Larry, thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. Sister Lynette again for the donation. I appreciate that, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, this is about our entire family. No man, woman, or child will be left behind. Do you understand? None. That's just the way it's going to go. Sometimes I got to talk like this to y'all. All right. Sometimes I can't sugarcoat it. Sometimes I got to keep it real. Keep it a buck. Strong gal in the building. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what we're going to do at KHM is rebrand this thing. So when people want to know what we're about, we're going to flood the media with the works that we can do from a paradigm, cultural paradigm that's been entrusted with us by a patron deity, so we can show the world whose power and authority rules and runs everything. Do you understand? We're not here to take over the planet at this moment. We're not here to take over America. This is not our home. We're passing through. We just pitched our tents here because it's temporary. It's a tabernacle that we're under right now. And we want the Most High to dwell with us. Where's tabernacle from to dwell? It's temporary. Tabernacles are designed to be folded up and moved. They're not permanent. That permanent destination is coming in the future. In the interim, we're building while we're behind enemy lines. We're creating that buffer. We're in space like this, so that when we have time to build, become autonomous, build bonds and trust and rapport amongst one another, learn how to depend on each other. So when you see more of these judgments start to occur, you're like, oh, okay, not going to bother me. We got our Goshen right here. We good. So yeah, judge this place, man. We straight. But do we have that infrastructure in place right now in order for us to say that? And if we don't, how are we going to build it? What kind of international relationships are we making with other entities outside of here? Because we've been scattered across the four corners of the earth, not just here in America. Some of y'all only think as big as your backyard. No, this thing is bigger than that. It goes beyond the backyard. It's global. That's why we're going to hit up Johannesburg, South Africa. That's why we're going to London, UK. That's why we're going to Accra, Ghana. That's why we're going to Lagos, Nigeria. I just got maybe about 6, 7 people and their families from New Zealand and Australia that's asking us to come out there. You feel me? This thing is deep. It's deep. So we cannot nullify the fact that this awakening has happened all across the globe. And like I said, I've been telling you all the time, COVID-19 was a blessing in disguise. You're going to say, what? I'm not talking about those who died. Of course not. My condolences to everybody has passed because of COVID-19, whether you believe the hype or not. Regardless, what it's done is that it's locked us into our homes and forced us to see the ghosts of the past that are still alive today, that is haunting us. So many people was faced to look at police brutality, raw and uncut, right in front of their face. See the economy crashing and depression going on right in front of our face. Seeing how mainstream media is pulling the strings. Seeing how social media now is censoring the things that you put in online and calling it misinformation. So much so that they're even doing that to the president. So you'll see all these things coming. What happens when it's chaos and confusion? We become the still voice. We become the voice that say, look, while this is going on, speak to our people. Once we wake them up, invite them to build. Let the world be in confusion and disarray. We come together and build while they're in confusion and disarray. See, while the Most High was judging Misraim, Goshen was preparing. They're about to get up out of there. So the second Exodus that we talk about all the time is coming. But what are we doing in the interim? No, I can't do nothing because we got the curses. What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. Let me bring up some scripture real quick. Because I hear that a lot. We're about to get busy in a second. This is just the warm up. It takes some time, about 30, 45 minutes in when we warm up before we go in. You know how we do. But let's go ahead and take a look at this, man. I want y'all to see this, man. And I say this all the time. Thank the Most High for this verse right here, man. All right, let's get it in. Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 1. And when all these things come upon you, the blessing and the curse. No. Wait, hold on. When all these things come upon you, the curses, which I've set before you. Wait, it says the blessing and the curse? Oh, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before you, and you call them to mind among all the nation where your Wi-Fi, your power has driven you. So wait, these are the things that follow us in exile. The blessing and the curse. See, the purpose of the curse, which y'all say is the curse, and I say no, it's the mistranslation. It should be the consequences. But the purpose of that is to see your current state, cry out for you to be awoken in the places in which you are scattered and been exiled, so you can return to Torah, and then you can get the blessings, which becomes the buffer that allows you to prepare, construct, and wait out what's going on here. You see, sometimes y'all stop here about the awakening. Oh, we gotta keep the statute of the commandments. But then when I ask you, well, how come you're not producing anything from keeping this Torah culture? You say we still under the curses. But I'm like, what? Wait, the curses are only for those who are being disobedient. Are you still saying you are practicing disobedience, and that's why you as a collective with your community cannot build anything in the interim? We know we're not going to wake up all 46 million African Americans here in America. That's not the goal. The goal is the ones who do wake up, we build with them. That's how it works. So where is the fruit of your labor? What? Okay. I got to check in sometimes. Sometimes I get a little deaf. I'm like, what? Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. All right. So with that being said, I just want to let y'all know this is why we do what we do. This is why we build in the way we build. This is why we move how we move. That's why I said my time is valuable. You know what I'm saying? But I still take time out to speak to the people. My every day, my appointment list look crazy. So many calls come in sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Appointments get set up. I talk to the people. You know what I'm saying? I build with the people. I'm out in these streets with the people, even in the midst of COVID-19. So for all of y'all that I say, oh, COVID-19 is not real, I don't see y'all in these streets. I'm coming to all these cities. Where y'all at? I don't see y'all. Where y'all at in these streets moving? Where y'all at? I'll be like, what these people that be talking about nation building? Where they at? No, I thought that was it. Where y'all at? All right, that's all I'm saying, man. I'm all saying. Okay. All right. All right. Shout out to Sis Dream Sky Lover. She says, I'll really be looking forward for Freestyle Friday for real. One of the highlights of my week. Thank you so much for that, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoy yourself while you're here. Same thing with the rest of y'all. Again, family, hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. Please hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. All right. Like I said before, if y'all need any kind of employment opportunities, we got them here. All right. Email us, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. We have our Jubilee Mary mission, Natural Path to Eden, because we decided to look at our Israelite cultural paradigm, extract some concepts from it, and apply it in the real world. So that way we can resolve any societal ills that are plaguing our people. And not only do we offer the services to anybody, we don't care what ethnicity group you are, because we want to bring in these resources. The scripture says that the wealth of sinners is laid up for the righteous. So we should be able to acquire some of these funds from these nations, so that way we could build ourselves up. So when the time comes, then we have all the resources to exit out, right? And then at the end, when they see that we are untouched while there's disarray, they need to see peace or shalom amongst you. Scripture says, Jeremiah chapter 21, verse 7, seek the peace of the city and interpose on it to Yah, for in his peace you shall have peace. And I say to people all the time, all your Israelites is in the city. Where's the peace at? What? Oh, you still trying to tell people you under the curses, but yet you keeping Torah. So how are you keeping Torah and you still feel you're being cursed by the same patron deity that tells you that if you keep the Torah, you'll get the blessings, but yet you're keeping Torah and still complaining about the curses? How does that work? How does that work? Make that make sense to me. Somebody, what? Make that make sense to me. You keep Torah, but you still complain about the curses. Wow. Okay. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and read it. Maybe I need to read some scriptures for y'all, man. Because sometimes I guess y'all don't think I read scripture enough. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. But let's go ahead and check it out. Let's see. Those of you who love using this. Let's get to verse 1. And if you faithfully obey the voice of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, your power, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, your power, will set you high above all nations of the earth. Are y'all high above all nations right now? Or all nations looking up to Israel and saying, man, let's go to them for the solution, man? Are they doing that right now? Or y'all still complaining about being downtrodden and beaten and oppressed? Are y'all still complaining about that? Or y'all doing something about that? What kind of power you serve, man? Is it a weak power? What? You coming in back on a covenant with this deity, but yeah, you can't make moves, man. You can't produce nothing. What's that? Oh, okay. It says, and all these blessings shall come upon you and overtake you. Interesting. Let's take a look at what it says. It says overtake you. We got the word here, Nesag. We break it down here if you want to look at it. This is in the Hethil stem. Hethil stem is what? The causative. So he will cause these blessings to overtake you. Interesting. So you're telling me that he will cause them to overtake you if you hearken unto his voice. And Deuteronomy chapter 30 says, even in the places in which he's exiled you. Blessed you shall be in the field. Blessed you should be in the city. Blessed shall be the fruit of your womb, fruit of the ground. Blessed shall be your basket and kneading bowl. Should be that when you come in and go out. He will cause your enemies who rise against you to be defeated before you. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. I don't see nobody running from Israelites. Who's running from y'all? People only respect power. What are you demonstrating in the earth? Yod-Heh-Wav will command the blessing on you in your barns, and then that will overtake you. He will bless you in the land that Yod-Heh-Wav is giving you. And 30 says, even in your exile. So for those people that say, oh, this is only going to be when we're in the land. But did you read chapter 30? What? Yod-Heh-Wav will establish you as a set-apart people to himself, as he has sworn to you if you keep the commandments of your power Yohewave and walk in his ways, and all the peoples of the earth shall see. See, this is the key thing here. This is the thing that bothers me. It says, and all the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yohewave, and they shall be afraid of you. Now, remember when I told y'all, when y'all got on me about voting? The scripture says that the Most High moved on Nebuchadnezzar, and he moved on the Persian king Cyrus, moved on them to give favor to Israel. Moved on them. You know why? Because they exhibited a degree of commitment to their patron deity and the covenant which they made with him, so much so that the other nations saw that and say, yo, we got to do something for these people, man. We know these are the people of the Most High. Are people doing that now? As all the peoples of the earth can see that we are called by his name, his character, his likeness, his image. And are they afraid of us? Do they respect us? Do they say, look, we can't touch these people, man? Yeah, the rest of them are asleep, but these are woken. Oh, we can persecute them, but there's a limit to this thing. Are they wary of how they deal with us? Are we moving like that? And Yohewah will make you abound in prosperity, and the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your livestock, fruit of the ground, within the land that Yohewah swore to your fathers to give you. Yohewah will open to you his good treasure, Shamayim, the heavens, to give rain to your land in the season, and to bless all the work of your hands, and you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow. Check this out. You hear a lot of times. I remember when I was going to church, they used to read this all the time. And I'm like, wow, this is great. And I'm thinking when you're a Christian, you get these things. But wait, when I woke up to the truth, I went and read verse 1, and it says, and if you faithfully obey the voice of Yohewah, your power, be careful to do all his commandments. And I said, wait a second. We ain't doing these commandments in church. This ain't for Christians, yo. What? Let me rephrase that. This is not for Christians, everyone. These are for those who profess to be Israelites and who come into covenant with the Most High. This is who this is for. So Christians, stop co-opting this as if it's talking to you. It's not talking to you. It is talking to Israel and those who cleave unto Israel. That's who this is talking to. So let's move. Let's move. Let me move a little bit for y'all. Let me move a little bit. Let's move a little bit. Therefore, keep the words of this covenant, do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. And we have here a footnote here that says, deal wisely in all that you do. You are standing today, all of you, before Yohewah, your power, the heads of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives. Wait a second, brothers, this ain't just for you. Because I got brothers all the time, so, this is for the men of Israel. What? Just for the men of Israel? What kind of nation you gonna build with just men? I don't know what that's like, man. That's not the nation I want, man. I want my nation to be beautiful, variety, men, women, and children. It says, heads of your tribes, your elders, your officers, all the men of Israel, your little ones. Remember I told you about your children, your wives. Who else? And the sojourner who is in your camp, from the one who chops your wood to the one who draws your water, so that you may enter into the sworn covenant of Yohewah, your power, which Yohewah, your power, is making with you today, that he may establish you today as his people. You want to wake up, but are you established? Y'all waking up, but are you established? Are you still rocky? Are you established? That he may establish you today as his people, that he may be your power, as he promised you and as he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He says, it is not with you alone that I'm making this sworn covenant, but with whoever is standing here with us today before Yohewah, and with whoever is not here with us today. That means your descendants in the future, but also those who were amongst Israel. So once we take the lead, and individuals from other nations, not other nations, because the nations as a collective is not going to come and support us, but there's going to be individuals from other nations, other Gentiles are going to cleave unto the things that we do, but we got to shine first, Israel. Cleave unto us, they can get some of those benefits. They can. When they serve Israel. When they dwell amongst us and understand that we have to take the lead on this. Thank you for being the allies, for bringing your support and all of that, but we got to take the lead in this. Thank you. Are we following this, family? Are we following this? What was that? Okay. Okay. All right. Just checking. Just making sure you're still alive, man. Y'all still there? I got a post. Y'all still alive there? Huh? Okay. Just checking. Just making sure, man. Just making sure. All right. Okay. So like I said, I'll be on Great Awakening Assembly Orlando's platform tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be on the New Normal Show hosted by Kawana Jacobs. All right. I'll be there as well, trying to do my best to represent our community. Okay. Shout out to my brother Yawasop, son of light. I appreciate all your hard work and willingness to share resources. I'm ready to get busy and build. Oklahoma City in the building. I got you, Aki. I'm going to hold you down when we head out there next year, man. All right. I appreciate all your support. All right. Okay. All right. Also, let me show you guys one more thing. All right. One more thing, and then we'll do Q&A, and we'll go from there. All right. Shout out to everybody who just recently joined our Patreon. Thank you so much. And people that have shared your support. I appreciate that. All right. Let me show this to y'all real quick because I want to help y'all out financially as well when it comes to some small supplemental income. And I've shared this before. I told y'all about this application. It's called the Dash app. I haven't shared it in a while, though. It's called Dash app, $H. All right. What you want to do is you want to go to your Apple App Store, your Google Play Store, download the Dash app, $H. And I have it also down in the description below. And you want to download and install this app. When it gets to the referral, you're going to type in Ron S35, RONS 35 as the referral code. And pretty much what this is that you're going to link it with a debit card. And when you link it with a debit card, just make day-to-day purchases. It'll tell you the places that if you make purchases, you get cash back. You don't pay no money up front for this. All you do is download the app, add your card, and just use your card like you normally do. And you make cash back on your purchases with no interest, no extra charge, no hidden fees. It's free. I've made I think so far, almost $300 using this app. Passively, just by using my card and day-to-day shopping that I'm doing. And a lot of shopping now has been restricted to online because a lot of people in some states and cities and counties can't even go out and shop. I want to say shout out to the Most High, all right, for allowing COVID-19 to cancel Thanksgiving this year. Round of applause. So what we had July 4th canceled. We had Halloween canceled. We had Thanksgiving canceled when they're telling y'all, don't gather. Don't travel. They're canceling this. They cancel all these holidays. That has nothing to do with us. Those are not the holidays for my ancestors. But you know what? We still kept the feast days in the midst of this pandemic. It didn't bother us. So those of you who are offended that I said thank the Most High for canceling Thanksgiving, don't get mad at me. I didn't cancel Thanksgiving. I'm just happy that it was canceled. But if you want to know the truth about it, go do your research. You go do your research. All right. And I might do a special next week if y'all haven't done your research already. OK, and I'll go ahead and get into detail as to why we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. My bad. Sometimes I'd be losing it sometimes. So forgive me. But again, family, make sure you get this Dash app. Get the Dash app, $H. Download it. When you go to the referral part, type Ron S35. All right. And that goes to me. And then you'll be given a referral code that you give to other people so you can make money from referrals on top of using your card. That's it. Something small so you can make a little bit of change on the side from purchases that you already made. You can also download an app called Get Upside. And with that app, you can save money when you go and fill up on gas. All right. These are just little apps and stuff that I have that I use as well as ways to make money. Now, there's another app. It's called FPG Focus Point Group. You can download that app as well. And what they do is that you can go and submit for a screener for these questionnaires. And if they call you for the questionnaire, you can make some side money. I think I made maybe $500 doing that. Just for being part of these focus groups. Another way you could just make a little bit of money on the side if you got the time, or you could just sign up for our services, which is Jubilee Main Mission or Natural Path to Eden, and make some extra money, right? You get a $10 sign up bonus, sign up for an affiliate program and getting the word out there. And then you get 25% commission for everybody that buys into our paid services. And as a consultant, you get 50% commission. And you get a $20 sign-up bonus. And then you get a bonus every month based on the amount of people you bring in. And you don't put no money down up front just to sign up for this program. And if you look at it, we're paying you to sign up. This is how we're doing it. So I see people say cancel Christmas too. Man, that would be interesting. I'm sure it's going to be cancel Christmas too. Because right now they're saying that there is a spike in regards to COVID-19. So Christmas looks like it's on the way to be canceled too. You know, people, I know people feeling real salty. But I use that as an opportunity to open up the discussion. I said, man, you are you mad that Christmas and Thanksgiving and Halloween was canceled? Oh man, that's crazy. Sorry you feel that way, but let me put you on the game and share information. And that's what we should do. All right. So shout out to Jacob, wake up in the building. What's going on? Mateo, what's up? Tony, Israel, Judah, what's going on? 3 Rika, Yashel, 112. What's up? Hit the thumbs up buttons, family. Hit the thumbs up. All right. Please hit the thumbs up. Share this video if you're brand new. Hit the subscribe button. Go back to check out the archives. And let's get busy. All right. Let's get busy. All right. And yeah, we had a nice little streak this year, man. COVID-19 didn't come into about what? Late February, March, right? So we didn't get to cancel New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve escaped us. But this year, New Year's Eve ain't going to escape us. We're going to cancel that too. And we're going to lock your behind in the house. So once you locked in the house, we're going to take all these videos, right, of what we're talking about, this truth. We're going to share it everywhere. We're going to hit the thumbs up, share it everywhere. So while you're sitting there looking for some videos to do, while you locked in your house, crying yourself to sleep because you can't celebrate Thanksgiving, you can't celebrate Christmas, you can't go out and party when New Year's is coming in, you got to do virtual parties. We're going to flood you with this information. We're going to flood you with this truth. You're going to have to deal with it. That's what it is. That's why I said we building while you're crying and complaining. We just building. That's all. We just building. Never mind us. Okay. Some of y'all going in that prayer closet. Most Jesus, please restore Christmas. I got to do this for the babies. Please restore Christmas, because now I can't lie to them about Santa. Because Santa can't come down your chimney no more. Because you know what? Santa gotta make sure not to bring no COVID. It's little kids. If you're watching this right now, ask your parents. Are y'all taking the thermometer and y'all shooting Santa? You gotta make sure that Santa don't have COVID, because Santa's going to everybody's house. Okay. Y'all need to keep that chimney shut. Don't let Santa down that chimney, yo. Santa gonna bring you COVID-19 for Christmas. All right. Okay. I know it's not politically correct. It's okay. But we gotta let the people know that Santa Claus is gonna bring you COVID-19, man. Y'all don't need Santa Claus to come down the chimney. Parents, tell your children the truth. And you got a lot of them every year. Let them know. If Santa Claus is coming down that chimney, all right, you got to make sure you have hand sanitizer there. Make sure somebody got to check. Make sure Santa Claus got a mask on and some gloves. All right, because if Santa Claus ain't doing that, then Santa Claus got to get run up out of there. Okay? Because, you know, they say that more people are getting COVID-19 in the house. How you just catch COVID-19 in your house? That's what they're saying. So if Santa Claus is coming down your chimney, he going to bring everybody COVID-19. Santa Claus ain't coming down my chimney. You understand? We got the poker ready for him. All right? Ain't no jolly white man with some beard and a red outfit coming down my chimney. That's not happening. We got the gate covering that. He can't come through there. And if he do, we got the cameras and all that. We're going to see Santa. And Santa's going to get this work. All right? You're going to tell Santa, look, the best thing you could do, Santa, if you want to get up out of here alive, is that you're going to have to take these tracks and pass it everywhere. Let people know who they are and what's about to come. That's it. Okay. All right. All right, shout out to my brother Jordan's Connect for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you again, Sister Yawa Asantwa, daughter of Zion, for the donation. I appreciate that. All right. Don't let that fat white man down your chimney, son. Just telling you right now, man. Tell your kids he's bringing COVID everywhere, man. All right, so let's move forward, man. Let's transition. Oh man, shout out to Watcher 215 in the building. What's going on, man? What's going on? Vernon, Mickey, what's going on? Elder, how you doing? All right. Let me catch myself, man. Let me not get too far, man. All right. Let's not get too far. All right. That's what we just tell. I'm trying to tell my kids to tell other kids, tell your parents. All right. It's Santa Claus COVID-19 friendly. Right? Let them know. Santa's not allowed to come down that chimney because he's gonna bring COVID-19. So you make sure you tell your children and tell the other children that. All right. And while they're in the house, because no Santa's there, you tell them, tune into Kingdom Harvest Ministries. All right. Check out the information we got on this channel, man. It's a lot of work because, you know, Christmas is on Friday night. Most High has a great sense of humor. We're going to be airing live Christmas 11 p.m. Make sure you tell your children's friends. Tune in to Freestyle Friday. It's going down. Let them get this information. All right. Let them be COVID-19 safe from Santa Claus and tune into this channel and get this work. All right. That's all I got to say. All right. Oh man. All right, cool. All right, so let's transition, man. Let's transition from that. All right. Thank y'all for entertaining me, man. I appreciate y'all for that, man. I try to make y'all laugh once in a while. I try to, man. You know what I'm saying? I try to keep this show entertaining, you know, especially sometimes these live streams could be 2, 3, 4 hours long. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate y'all for bearing with me. All right. So with that being said, family, I'm done with the rant, man, and updates and stuff like that. Okay. So, excuse me. So if you have any questions, throw them out there. All right. Anybody that want to take the smoke break with me, let me know. Smoke break is if you have any difference in opinion in regards to the things that we teach here, or the things that we're saying on here, right? If you have a grievance or whatever the case may be, based on the things we share, what we're doing, you have an opportunity when we open up the panel in a moment to come on here and get the smoke, take a smoke break. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what people on my job that I used to have in the past, you know, they would go take smoke breaks and they would go take a buddy with them and go and smoke, have their break and talk. You know what I'm saying? This time we give them smoke. We're going to give you the smoke. But I told you, we give you the Surgeon General's warning that this may be hazardous to your health, your spiritual health, because we're going to give you the truth and it's going to kill whatever spirit you got that's not in alignment with that. And we don't just give our opinion over here. We source up. Y'all know what it is. Okay. All right. All right. So with that being said, JD Israel says, you mean get smoked. All right. So with that being said, family, any questions out there? Let me know if you have any questions. I don't have anything in particular that I'm sharing today. I'm just going to put it on the onus on y'all. Y'all let me know what you want me to chat with and break down. We got about an hour that I can afford for us to chill. Thank you. I appreciate that. So y'all let me know what y'all want to rap about. Anybody? Let me know what y'all want to talk about. S.C. Thompson says, can you speak on UN? You mean you want me to elaborate on that more? So I touched on that when I was on Dante Fortson's show. I discussed that last week. You can go and type my name, Dante Fortson, and you'll see the video. Sister E was there as well. Or you can go to my playlist. One of my mods can add the playlist on autonomy. And in that playlist, I detail that exactly all the information in regards to how to build that out in regards to the UN. You see the video of me going to the UN. I still got some footage I took when I went to the UN in the past couple of years, and I still didn't put it out with me inside the UN. You know what I'm saying? It's on Facebook, but I didn't put that video on YouTube yet. All right. All right. All right. What's going on? Let's see. Yakuba Williams says, talk about the unity of Israel. Sure. What would you like me to discuss in regards to that? Sister Lynette says, will it be possible to eventually purchase land and start our own community? Yes, it will be. But, my thing is, it's not just purchasing the land, but also get involved with the politics to ensure that any statute and ordinances that are passed down are not adversarial to what we're trying to build in that area. All right. So that's important as well. All right. Jeanette Grant says, what is the KHM perspective on Islam? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, Islam is Islam. I mean, it's a form of Christianity. I mean, if you study Christianity in the East, you'll see how Islam came about. I don't practice Islam. If people practice Islam, I mean, it is what it is, but that's not the cultural paradigm that I engage in. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do chat with brothers and sisters in regards to that as well. You know what I'm saying? But that's Islam is not for me. You know what I'm saying? So, Truth Seeker, man, you be cheerleading Ron Dalton a lot, man. I see you on all these platforms doing that. I don't know if you are Ron Dalton or if you are a groupie of Ron Dalton. Shout out to Ron Dalton. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool with Ron Dalton and Dante Fortson. And you talking about the DNA mapping thing. I mean, it is what it is. That's something that they have going back and forth. Tito Ministries and on Dante Fortson and Ron Dalton, that's what they have going on, right? That's nothing to do with what we're doing over here. You know what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with what we got going over here. All right. All right. So shout out to my brother Jacob Wake Up says, DivineProspect, how and where can I get meat trees like the covers you have on your scalp? So you talking about this? You want to know where to get this from? Is that what you're asking? If so, I'll drop the link in the chat for you. Let me know if that's what you're talking about. If that's what you're talking about, then I'll drop the link in the chat where you can purchase that from. I'll grab it for you right here. All right, I got you, Jacob. There it is right there. All right. That's the link right there. Click on that link in the chat and you can place your order. I know people ask me about that all the time. And also, we're going to have the KHM masks coming soon. So as soon as they're ready, I'll go ahead and post it out once we run a sample so you can see what it looks like. And you can place your order for that as well. Okay. So the Village Faction says, what's your perspective on discipleship, training men and women to walk upright before the Most High? My perspective is we need more of that. We need discipleship programs. All right. So that way men, women, and children can walk upright before the Most High. All right. And these are things that we have to work on and implement so that way everybody can be on one accord. Discipleship is something extremely important. And that's the thing that is sorely lacking in our community. Right. That's extremely important. So I think that's a great question, because that's something that we need to work on. Our KHM, we're trying to do our part. So the people we put out that's representing our organization have been discipled and continuously discipled. Right. But at the same time, it's the type of training that allows somebody to have a degree of liberty to find their way in their path. You feel what I'm saying? So, all right. Father Time says, how can I get in on the smoke break? Do you have a grievance, or you have a difference in opinion in regards to what we share here? I've seen you leave some comments, Father Time, asking, how can you nation build? You're not religious, but how can you get involved in nation building? So I would like to know, before I invite you on, what is it that you want? What point of contention do you want to discuss? Let me know. Truth Seeker. Okay, cool. Yes. So we're all familiar with that. That's nothing new to us. But you come in here and you post that in here all the time. It's like, that's the only thing that I see you post. So I don't understand. Like, okay, you're trying to find your way. That's great, but you don't have to post that all the time. You know, like I said, shout out to my brothers in their back and forth dialogues and discourses. That has nothing to do with me, you know, but let's focus on what's going on here. All right. So Father Time, let me know, what is this contention that you have? Let me know. All right. Tony, Israel, Judah, and Sister Dream Sky Lover says, what about birthdays? So you want to know what my take is on that? Is that what you're asking me? You want to know what my take is on birthdays? Is that what you're asking? Let me know if that's what you're asking. So, good question here. I think your name is Erica Yashel 112. She says, is there a way we can be recognized as Israelites so we can celebrate our feast days without hassles from our job? Yes. You remember when I told y'all about the International Decade for People of African Descent? And when we filed an appeal to that, being a subset of the African diaspora and identify as Israelites, one of the things is for your cultural heritage and practices not to be infringed upon. You can appeal to that. So KHM as an organization fuse this into our charter. In the process of filing for our 508c1a, all the members are benefactors of that which lies therein in the charter. So therefore, if somebody is a member of the organization and they're going to a job and that job is infringing upon their dress code as an Israelite, infringing upon them taking days off because of the feast days, because then they will say, well, are you Jewish? If you're Jewish, these are the feast days. And like, nah, that's not my feast days. You got to twist it. That's not what I said. You feel me? So with this, it provides us a degree of protection where we are appealing to the international community. So if things are being infringed upon, now we have a case against the U.S. because the United States, as a member state of the UN, is supposed to be putting these measures in to prevent those things from happening. All right. So yes, we can do it collectively if we appeal to these things that's available. And like I said, KHM, that's how we moving, so we can afford to provide or extend that degree of protection against our members and against other people that's in the communities. So that way their cultural heritage is not infringed upon. That's why that little International Decade thing is there. You got a grandfather in before 2024. After that, it's off the table. All right. All right. Let's see what's going on. Shout out to New Black World Order in the building. Shalom. What's going on? What's going on? Okay. So you asked me about birthdays, right? Okay. So my position is, I don't celebrate birthday in the traditional sense. However, I do acknowledge the fact that a person did live another, what people call solar return. This is what they say in the conscious community, right? So I do acknowledge that. Do we have anything in the scriptures in regards to birthdays? Well, we know Pharaoh had a birthday, and the customs of Egypt was a particular way of the worship of the Pharaoh, or the Nesbiti. That's what they call him, or the Paro, the king of Egypt, had a different practice. Israelites, we see an example of a feast being done on a person's birthday in the book of Job, right? Feast being done on a person's birthday in the book of Job. So you can feast on your day of birth, but it does not include these other things that you do on your birthday, like cake and candles and the worship of self and all of that. It's the acknowledgement that you made it another season, right, intact, and that you're able to give thanks to the Most High for the fact that you're still here. I tell people on your birthdays, one of the good rule of thumbs is to thank your parents, because you could have been aborted. You could have been abandoned. You could have been put up for adoption. You could have been put in a foster home. But most of us have parents that maintain, and some have parents that did not. So give thanks to your parents, because they're the ones that brought you here. Thank the Most High for allowing you to see another season, and feast and enjoy yourself, just as was the customs during the time of Job. All right, that's my position on that. But all that extra stuff on that self-worship and all of that, I'm not with that. All right, that's not part of Israelite culture. All right, so hopefully I give y'all a little abridged version on that. Okay. All right. All right. So Legend, the DJ says, what is your stance on Hebrews being aboriginal to the Americas? I don't subscribe to the fact that Hebrews are aboriginal to the Americas. I don't subscribe to that. That's not my position. That's not my position. Am I open to the fact that there have been Israelites that may have traveled over here? Yes, definitely. You know what I'm saying? And I tell you about Despierta Mi Gente, a great documentary that some peers that I know put together, and is very persuasive. But the argument is not aboriginal. I don't subscribe to that. All right. High Frequency says, does KHM help establish 508c1a for Israelites in general, or do you just want them to join KHM? I mean, sometimes anybody could do what they want to do. If you're interested in forming a 508c1a High Frequency, we can also point you in the right direction of where to go to do so. You don't have to be part of KHM if you don't want to join KHM. That's up to you, right? But collectively, if we're all working together, you know, and we're all in the same organization, then we can afford to do this for everybody that's out there. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're not required. You're not required. You're not required to join KHM if you want to know how to form a 508c1a. I can give you the information that you need so you can do it yourself, but I recommend you get a lawyer to do that. All right? All right. Okay. What's this? So Erica Yashel says, but weren't Job's kids doing questionable things? Isn't that why he's always praying and sacrificing on their behalf? Job, give me a verse for that, sis. What verse are you? Give me a verse for that. Seth, I see your question about John 5:1. Okay, give me a second. I appreciate that, Jacob. Wake up. All right. So somebody gave me Job 1-5, 1:5, and the sister gave a question. So give me the verse that you have for that. Let's take a look. Let me show it to you. All right, check this out. And again, you got to read the entire context of Job to understand what he's saying in verse 5. But I'll read it for you, right? It says, his sons used to go and hold the feast in the house of each one on his day, and they would send and invite their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. Verse 5. And when the days of the feast had run its course, Job would send and consecrate them, and he would rise early in the morning and offer burnt offerings according to the number of them all. For Job said, it may be that my children have sinned and cursed. The Hebrew word bless is used euphemistically for curse. You see that? Did y'all know that? You want to see what that word is there? Let's take a look. Let me scroll down for you. See this word here? Barak. Beraku. See that? Barak. That word there is not curse. The word there is what? They may have hata, which we know is a sin, what we call sin or missing the mark. And what? Barak. Barak is a blessing, but it's used euphemistically, right? It's a play on this. This is why when you read the book of Job, you can tell that it's extremely antiquated because there are archaic idioms that are listed in there. All right. It may be that my children have sinned and cursed. So what he did was he was doing this on behalf of his children. It didn't say that his children was wicked. Where does it say that his children was wicked? It says, for he said, it may be that my children have sinned. How many of your parents pray on behalf of your children to the Most High for things that they may be doing that you may not be aware of, but you want the Most High to keep them covered? This is why when you go ahead and read the rest of the book of Job, you'll see that he thinks that things come upon him because he didn't do it on behalf of his children. But he was saying, well, I do all of this stuff on behalf of my children. Where does it say that his children did anything wicked? Where did it say that the feast they have on their day was wicked? Where does it say that? Can you tell me where it says that? Where does it say that? Anybody could have been doing questionable things. Even Job himself thought he was doing things. He was saying, look, I did A, B, and C, but I must have done something for these things to befall upon me. So tell me where it says that Job's sons were wicked. This is him doing this on behalf of his children, because it may be that my children have sinned and barak and blessed the Most High in their hearts. That they may have sinned or they may have blessed them. Either way, I'm going to do this on their behalf. Where does it say that his children were wicked? Where does it say that the feast, because if it was wicked, he could have intervened and stopped them from having a feast. It says after the feast had run its course, it was already done. He went and did this thing. It didn't say nothing about his children being wicked. Doesn't say that. Austin, Texas says, big bro, what do you know about trade lines? Cyrus, off topic, but we can really use that news, especially if we're rebuilding. Shout out from Austin, Texas. I talked all about trade lines in a video that I did when I was out in DC. And I'm going to post the link in the chat for you, my brother, if you have any questions or concerns in regards to trade line. All right. Let me put it in the chat for you. All right, here it is. I discussed it in this video, and I also put a link to it in the description of the video so you can get more details in regards to trade lines. I talked about that. All right. So great inquiry, and I did address that. All right. All right. Yes, his sister says, I didn't say wicked, just questionable, but I hear you. I understand, sis. No problem. But what parent that has children who are teenagers or adults can say that they also have questionable behavior? It's possible. Do you pray for them? Do you pray for your children? If you pray for your children and you put up appeals before the Most High to intervene on any kind of course that they may be on that's adversarial to their livelihood and well-being, you do things on their behalf so the Most High can intervene. This is all Job was doing. It said nothing about his children being questionable, nothing about his children sinning or doing anything wicked. It says it may be that they did this. So in the event that it did that, he gave these offerings. This is how faithful Job was even to his children. This is why it hurt him even more when his children were killed. Because he's saying, man, I'm doing all this on behalf of my children, but yet I still lose them. Did the things that happened to him and his children, was that a result of something that Job did? Was it a result of something that they did? How did the Most High reconcile everything that he did, or not he did, that he allowed to happen to Job when he started to talk to Job in the last couple of chapters of the book? Did he say, because your children sinned, this is why they died? That's not what the Most High said to him. Are you understanding? You got it? Okay, cool. Just want to make sure you got it, sis. Don't mistake my passion for being, I'm passionate when I answer things. That's all. All right. Shout out to Drano, Yisrael in the building. What's going on? Holy saints and apostles. All right. So JD Israel says, Divine, was Job an Israelite? No, he was not an Israelite. He was believed to be contemporary during the time of Abraham. He's not an Israelite. Okay. He's not an Israelite. All right. Shout out to Sister Janae M. She says, can you please explain Isaiah 19:25? All right. I'm about to open up the panel in a second for anybody that want to have a smoke break with me. All right. You said Isaiah 19:25. I'm familiar with 19:25 because the conscious community uses this all the time. So let me bring it up for y'all real quick. Okay, let me. I'll stay there where you're at. All right. Oh, it's not even. I gotta share it. My bad. Hold on. All right. Here it says, "Whom Yod He Wav He of hosts shall bless, saying, Blessed be Egypt, my people, and Assyria, the work of my hands, and Israel, mine inheritance. So what is the concern you have with this text, sis? Is it because he says, blessed be Egypt, my people? Is that what the concern is, sis? Let me know. Mick Farrell says, are there variations of the 5 books of Moses written in Hebrew, Greek, Dead Sea Scrolls, or Septuagint? When you say variations, what do you mean by that? Are there textual variants between all of them? Yes, there are. Do some of them possess interpolations and omissions? Yeah, between each other, they do. All right. Can you construct a possible original, probable original by textually comparing all of them? Yes, you can. So when you say Greek, you're referring to the Pentateuch, because the Septuagint is the whole Tanakh. The Pentateuch is just the first 5 books. We say Humash, or the 5 for the Torah-based ones. But when you say Torah, you're talking about the Masoretic text type family. And then you have the Dead Sea Scrolls portion. And then you have, like you said, the Pentateuch. So yes, are there variations between them? Yes, but that's why textual criticism exists. So we can find a common denominator to reconstruct the original, right? See the original transmission tradition and see where the varieties come out at, depending upon the region in which things was written or translated or preserved, etc. A good work on that is Emmanuel Tov's book on textual criticism, right? He goes into the Hebrew Bible, right? Textual criticism on the Hebrew Bible. That's on the Patreon. I share that. All right. So if you want to know more about that, let me give you a source, because we always give sources over here. Always give sources over here. Let me give you a source on that. Let me give you a source. Hold on 1 second. I give it to you. Let me pull it up. Have it over here. All right. All right, let me go ahead and show you this book here. All right, it's called Textual Criticism of the Hebrew Bible by Emmanuel Tov. Pull it on the screen. All right, here it is right here. And he goes into that. This is the 3rd edition. He goes into that. Okay. He goes into the various textual witnesses, the Hebrew witnesses that you see there. All right. The pre-Samaritan text and the Samaritan Pentateuch, which you got to take into account as well, because that's another text type family. He goes into the biblical text found in the Judean desert. He goes into additional witnesses as well, the Nash Papyrus, the Silver Scrolls, the Tephilim and Mezuzot from the Judean desert, the Severus Scrolls, and R. Myers Torah, the non-biblical sources and texts that have been lost. He goes into ancient translations. You mentioned one, which is the Septuagint or the Pentateuch. All right. And he goes into it. He talks about it right here. All right. He goes into the history of the biblical text, copying and transmitting the biblical text, textual transmission, which is important. And he goes into different things, as you can see, to identify these things. All right. Theory and practice of textual criticism, evaluation of readings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So if you want this book, email me at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, or if you're part of the Patreon, we already have it up on Patreon. You can grab it and start reading it immediately. Okay. So hopefully that, I think the screen is really small, but that's the book that you want right there. Okay. All right. Anytime, my brother JD, anytime. All right. Let me see. All right. So let me bring up that. Let me bring back up to, let me bring this back up. All right. So the issue you have is where it says, blessed be Egypt, my people. Okay. So look, let's go into the context of what's going on here, right? The burden of Egypt. Behold, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh rideth upon a swift cloud. You know, he's the cloud rider. And I went over this in my lecture called El Shaddai, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, El Elyon, one of a kind, three of a kind, or one and the same, where I explain Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh being the cloud rider. And it says, and comes to Egypt, and the idols of Egypt will tremble at his presence, and the heart of the Egyptians will melt with them. And I will stir up Egyptian against Egyptians, and they will fight each against another, each against his neighbor, city against city, kingdom against kingdom. And the spirit of the Egyptians within them will be emptied out, and I will confound their counsel, and they will inquire of their idols and sorcerers and their mediums and necromancies. And I will give over the Egyptians into the hand of a hard master, and a fierce king will rule over them, declares Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts. And the waters of the sea will be dried up, and the river will be dry and parched. And if you know, that's a big deal, because if you go and read, it says, and its canals will become foul, and the branch of each Nile will diminish and dry up, reeds and rushes will rot out. The Nile was the lifeline of Egypt, of Egyptian society. If the Nile did not inundate the way it was supposed to every July, August, then that would be a famine or a big issue in regards to the life of people, the lives of people in Egypt. All right. There will be bare places by the Nile and the brink of the Nile, and all that is sown by the Nile will be parched and be driven away, and will be no more. The fishermen will mourn and lament. The workers in comb flax will be in despair. Those who are the pillars of the land will be crushed. The princes of Zoan will be utterly foolish. The wisest counsels of Pharaoh give stupid counsel. How can you say to Pharaoh, I am a son of the wise, a son of ancient kings? Where's your wise men? Let them tell you that you might know what Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts has purposed against Egypt. The princes of Zoan have become fools. The princes of Memphis are deluded. Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh has mingled within her a spirit of confusion, and there will be nothing for Egypt that head or tail, palm branch or reed may do. This is the judgment that's being rendered upon Egypt because of the things that Egypt has done. And now the Most High is using this as an example for the Egyptians to cleave unto Israel. Now, the Most High has his people that would be scattered in Egypt that he's calling out. Those people that are in Egypt are part of Egyptian society, which gives an opportunity for individual Egyptians to cleave unto Israel, so that way he could bring Egypt in as his people. And what you mean by as his people, does that replace Israel? Is this replacement? That's not what the text is saying. That's not what the text is saying at all. And that day, Egyptians will be like women and tremble with fear before the hand of the Lord of hosts shakes over them. And the land of Judah will become a terror to Egyptians. Everyone to whom it is mentioned will fear of the purpose of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts has purpose against them. In that day, there will be 5 cities in the land of Egypt that speak the language of Canaan and swear allegiance to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts. One of these we call the city of destruction. In that day, there will be an altar to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh at its borders. Because once Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh judges Egypt, now Egypt is going to turn to him. As a nation, no, individuals, because the nation themselves are still not going to wholly devote themselves over to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. They're still going to be worshiping their deities. But those in it, after he strikes them, after this judgment is rendered upon them, there are going to be some that are in there that are going to pledge their allegiance to the Most High. Okay? It will be a sign and a witness to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh hosts in the land of Egypt. When they cry to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh because of oppressors, he will send them a savior and defender and deliver them. And Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh will make himself known to the Egyptians. Egyptians will know Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh in that day and worship with sacrifice and offering. And they will make vows to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh and perform them. And Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh will strike Egypt, striking and healing. And they will return to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and he will listen to their pleas for mercy and heal them. Similar to what happened when Jonah went to Nineveh. Nineveh was a city capital of Assyrians, right? And we saw what the Assyrians did. And the Most High sent him there for the Assyrians to repent and turn to the Most High. Most High is going to send judgment on Misraim so that those that are in there that are faithful and looking for truth, they can go and attach themselves to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. They build an altar, be at the gates and so forth. This is something that he's going to do as a means of taking Egypt. Because remember, he uses nations. He used Assyria, he used Babylon, he used the Persians, he uses nations and turns them. So there will be some that are in Egypt that will cleave unto Israel and to the God of Israel. And in return of the cleaving portion, they will be doing this in their land. They didn't say they're going to do this in the temple that's going to be rebuilt. They're going to do this in their land. All right. And that day, Israel will be the third with Egypt and Assyria, a blessing in the midst of the earth. Who Israel would be the blessing in the middle of earth. So Israel being there is the reason why Yah is saying that he's going to do this. Check it out. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 14. Right? Zechariah chapter 14. All right? Watch this. Then everyone who survives of all the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the king, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts, and to keep the feast of booths. And if any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the king, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh of hosts, there will be no rain on them. Because remember what Isaiah said, and now look to see what Zechariah is saying. And if the family of Egypt does not go up and present themselves, then on them there will be no rain. There will be the plague with which Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh afflicts the nations that do not go up to keep the feast of booths. Why is he singling out Egypt? Because of the prophecy that was made by Isaiah that after Egypt is judged, they're going to turn to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. So the expectation is when this end time event happens that Egypt needs to go and present themselves to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. And if they don't, there will be no rain. And there's going to be a plague that's going to be upon them. This shall be the punishment to who? To Egypt, and the punishment to all the nations that do not go up to keep the feast of booths. Like he's signaling out Egypt because of what Isaiah prophesied in Isaiah chapter 19. All right. Hopefully that begins to make some sense. Hopefully that begins to give some clarity. I know there's some people in the community that may say, well, he's not talking about the Egyptians, he's talking about the Israelites that are in Egypt that can be called Egyptians. Well, that's their position. I respect and understand it. That's not my position. I'm saying the Most High is going to move on the Egyptians so they can come and return to him. And that's not going to be the entire nation. Ain't no collective nations, but Israel has the expectation to return to the Most High wholly. But there are individuals in these nations that the Most High is going to wake up to cleave unto Israel so they can serve Israel when the time comes. And upon serving with Israel, they can also serve him when the time comes. And if they don't, he's going to judge them. Okay? Hopefully that answers your question. All right. All right. So anytime, sis, I'm glad I was able to help. I'm glad that helped to answer your question. All right. All right. So my brother Seth, he asked me to look into John chapter 5, verse 1. All right. Very interesting verse that he brings up because there's a lot of discussion in academic circles trying to understand what this feast was during this period of time. The text never specifies what feast it is. Hold on, let me bring it up so you can see what I'm talking about. Let me go to John chapter 5, verse 1. All right. Okay. It says, after this, there was a feast of the Jews, and Yeshua went up to Jerusalem. Okay. Now there is in Jerusalem by the sheep gate a pool in Aramaic called Bethesda, which has 5 rooted colonnades. In these lay a multitude of invalids, blind, lame, and paralyzed. Verse 4 says, see footnotes. Greek manuscripts exclude this verse. The ESV related footnote of 5:3 states, some manuscripts insert wholly in part, waiting for the moving of the water. For an angel of the Lord went down at certain seasons in the pool, stirred up the water. Whoever stepped in first after the stirring of the water was healed of whatever disease he had. Which means that 5 and 4 is omitted in certain manuscripts. It's inserted in part or wholly what we just read there, right? So there's inconsistency in regards to John chapter 5, verse 4, right? Very interesting. That's something totally different. But I think the question he's asking is, what is this feast here? What is this feast of the Jews where it says Jesus went up to Jerusalem, okay? So through a process of deduction, what we have to do is look in the book of John to see what feasts are mentioned in the book of John, all right? So let me see if I can bring this up. So do a process of deduction. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. Let me see if I can bring up what I have here. Let me see if I can find it. So in John chapter 2, verse 23, right, it says, Now, when he was in Jerusalem at the Passover feast, many believed in his name when they saw the signs that he was doing. So we know that the author of the book of John makes direct reference to the Passover feast. So we know this is not Passover, all right? Because if so, it would say Passover feast. So we know this is not Passover, all right? So if we go to John chapter 7, verse 2, it says, after this, Yeshua went about in Galilee. He would not go about in Judea because the Jews were seeking to kill him. Now the Jews' feast of booths was at hand. So we know that the author of John also acknowledges the feast of booths, and therefore John chapter 5 verse 1 is not mentioning the feast of booths. So we know this is not Passover, unleavened bread, and we know that this is not the feast of booths. Okay, again, process of elimination. Okay, John chapter 10 verse 22. Let me bring it up. John chapter 10 verse 22 says, and at that time the feast of dedication took place at Jerusalem. It was winter. This is the feast of dedication. Some people call it Hanukkah. So we know Hanukkah, the feast of dedication, is mentioned directly by the author of the book of John. Therefore, this is not the feast of dedication. This is not the Passover unleavened bread, and this is not feast of booths. Okay, we know it's not any of those feasts. So we have to, by elimination, process of elimination, what other feasts were taking place during this period of time? Well, you had Shavuot, Feast of Weeks, that was taking place at this time. You also had Purim, which is another feast that took place. So we know Shavuot is a period of time where everybody was required, right, through the pre-exilic interpolations in the book of Deuteronomy, was required to come and appear before the Most High, the place he has chosen, which they say is Jerusalem. So this feast that we see in John chapter 5, verse 1 can either be, and again, the author is not specific, can either be Shavuot or Purim. Okay? Now, some people say, well, it can also be Feast of Trumpets. Possibly, it could be Feast of Trumpets. It was definitely not Yom Kippur. We know that because the events are taking place. It wouldn't do that if it was that feast, right? The feast is very particular, and it's from evening to evening. So if we do a process deduction, we're either looking at Purim, which a lot of scholars say they believe that it is Purim that occurred in that time. It was Purim. Shavuot is another candidate, okay? And Feast of Trumpets, all right? But their position is that more than likely it is Purim, all right? So if you want to see more information on that, there have been articles that have been written on this. If you're interested in my brother Seth, just email me, kingdomharbor@gmail.com. I'll get you those articles that discuss in detail what feast John chapter 5 verse 1 is most likely talking to. The consensus is Purim. However, Shavuot and Tabernacles are still on the table that it could be, because we know it's not Passover unleavened bread, we know it's not Feast of Booths, and we know it's not the Feast of Dedication. All right, so hopefully that begins to assist you in kind of understanding what that could have possibly been. All right. All right. All right. So with that being said, let me open up the panel. All right. Oh, look who's back. The white man did not translate the Holy Bible. Cool. Thank you for that, Bo. Appreciate that. All right. All right. Okay. So Father Time, I definitely would love for you to join in. All right. Bo, please be on your best behavior. Okay. I'm being respectful to you, my brother. If you step out of line, then we're going to check you again, my brother. All right. So you can give feedback. I have no problem with that. Right. But let's be respectful. Okay. Let's be respectful, my brother. Okay. All right. All right. So what I'm going to do now, let me go ahead and open up the line. Father Time, feel free to jump on. And the legend DJ, I think you said that you want to jump on as well. All right, Bo, this is not for you, my brother. All right. If you want to chat, if you're respectful, because you've been out of line a little bit previously, we can have a dialogue another time. We've talked already, and you've already agreed there's nothing else for us to say. So there's no need for me to have you on the panel. This is for Father Time and the DJ, the legend DJ. Anybody else that want to take a smoke break to discuss some differences we may have? Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and drop that link in here. And we got about 20 minutes or so. No more than 30 minutes. I'm not going more than 30 minutes. All right. I'm going to try to keep this done by 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. All right. So here's the link right here. I try to conduct myself with all fairness and respect. And I give honor to the guests that come on, even if we disagree. All right. So Aki DB says, since you don't celebrate Feast of Dedication personally, when do you give gifts to family members or kids throughout the year? I buy so much stuff for my kids, they don't even play with half the stuff that I give them anymore. But I give gifts throughout the year. So I don't wait for Hanukkah to say, hey, we're going to give gifts, or Christmas to say, hey, we're going to give gifts, or Kwanzaa to say, hey, we're going to give gifts. Like I just give gifts throughout the year. That's all. All right. All right. But if somebody wants to do it on Hanukkah, that's solely up to you. Solely up to you. All right. No problem, Seth. No problem. All right, Bo. No problem, Aki. No problem, man. All right. So let me see. Father Time, click on the link. So Dwayne Yosef says, why don't you celebrate the Feast of Dedication? Because it is not Torah mandated. It is not in the Chumash. It's not in the 4 books that discuss it. Notably, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Exodus. It's not in there. So I only keep the Hagim that is prescribed in Torah or the Chumash. That's why I don't keep Feast of Dedication. That is optional. If somebody outside of that wants to keep it, that's fine. I don't see why, you don't have to keep it if you don't want to. I mean, yeah, it's up to y'all. All right. But I don't keep it because it's not mandated in the Torah. All right. That's why. All right. So Father Time, waiting for you to come on in. Let's take the smoke break. Chris Bronson says, now I'm going to take that off the screen real quick, only because there might be some youth watching this. Is it a sin? Somebody had to show me a verse where it says it is, and we can deal with it. All right. Asantawa, I agree. Some people try to do that. I understand when people want to do the transition, I'm saying, from Christmas to Hanukkah. I understand that, but ultimately you get to a point where it's just not a big deal anymore. It's just like, this is just how we're gonna rock. Like, that's not part of our culture. It's not a custom of ours. So we just gonna leave it alone. You know what I'm saying? We're not gonna co-op. We're not gonna compromise. But if it's a transition, I understand. But after a certain amount of time, you got to come out of the transition and just say, okay, I could just give gifts and stuff throughout the year. Because was gifts given to Israelites? Were they giving it to each other, to their children? Yeah, they was giving gifts to them, but it wasn't on a specific day. You know what I'm saying? And the type of gifts that they gave their families is different than what we did today, right? All right, so the Legend DJ and Father Time, we waiting on y'all. All right, we're waiting on y'all. Click the link, jump in. All right, click the link and jump in. The link is only for those that want to get into the smoke break. All right. So Chris Bronson, no need to apologize. I'm just saying, send me a verse and we can exegete it. All right. So my brother DB says, but the Feast of Dedication was mentioned in the book of John, right? Yes, it was mentioned in the book of John because it was something that was customary, but it was not mandated. The mandate for it is what we find in the Chumash, the first 5 books. Those are the feasts that are mandated. The Feast of Dedication, Purim, and stuff that developed much later on in Israel history in exile. Okay, these are other additional memorials, but these are not memorials that are mandated in Torah. These are things that developed over time. All right. Chris Bronson, yeah, I know there's no contention, my brother. I'm just saying, if you have a verse, just bring it out so I can address it, because maybe there's a verse that people misconstrued to mean that you can't do that on the Sabbath. All right. So if you have one, let me know. right? Because the type of work that the Most High said we should rest from, it's not specifying that. You know what I'm saying? However, if you can maintain discipline, then maintain discipline and stay focused on what the Sabbath was set apart for. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the time with the Most High. Enjoy the time with your family, right? Enjoy the time with your time off from work. You know what I'm saying? That's what the time is for. You know what I'm saying? To acknowledge the Most High and setting that time apart for us as a memorial forever, so people can see that ethnic marker to know that we are His. All right. Z Bayit says, I celebrate them to celebrate our history. No problem. You're entitled to that if you want to do that. Only thing is, you cannot mandate it, you know, to somebody else who only want to keep the Hagim that's in the Chumash or the first 5 or the Torah. All right. Chris Bronson, you're right. I've heard that a lot too. I just ask people, give me the verse. So those same groups you're talking about, I just ask them, give me the verse. That's all. Give me the verse. Goddess Isis says, how Father Time ain't got the time. That's funny, man. Hit the thumbs up buttons, family. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Share this video. If you're brand new, hit the subscribe button. Okay? Hit the subscribe button. All right? Share this video. All right? That's a good point, Jacob. Wake up. All right? Yeah, no problem, Chris. You know how we do. So, Father Time, where are you at? Father Time, where are you at? Let's go. We got 25 minutes, if that. He says he's new to this and it's not loading up. Okay. All right. Chris, yes, if you can. It doesn't need to be anything extreme, because a lot of times it's difficult to do that. But that's the best rule of thumb if possible. Okay? Best rule of thumb if possible. All right? That's my position on it. Shalom to Chadrick Brown in the building. What's going on? All right. So Father Time, the legend DJ, where you guys at? Still waiting on y'all. Shout out to my brother Laviel Judah in the building. What's going on, King? What's going on? Eloc 2020 says Jubilees 50 verses 7 to 8. All right. What's your question about that, Eloc 2020? What's your question about that? And again, family, this is how I talk. Don't take nothing personal. I'm not mad, upset. I'm not trying to cause contention. I just speak with conviction in my voice. All right? Just speak with conviction. All right? All right. So, Sister Millie Love is funny, man. So, Father Time, let's let me know. Are you coming in? If not, then I could take some more questions and we can build for another 20 minutes. If you are not coming in, the legend DJ, are you coming in? Let me know. Shout out to Who Dat Da. Shalom. Thank you so much for watching us and enjoying. Father Time, are you doing this from your phone, a tablet, or a PC? Do you have an Apple phone, Android phone, Apple tablet, Apple laptop, PC, Android? When you click on it, you're saying it's not loading up. Well, what are you seeing? Give me a description. I used to work in IT. Well, I still work in IT. Still do IT. Give me a description of the problem so I can get to the root cause and assist you so you can get in here. Let me know. And if I could, I would open up the lines so people can call in. Let me know. So he has an Apple phone. Okay, so when you click the link, what happens next? Let me know. So Enoch says, whoever desecrates that day, whoever lies with his wife, or whoever says he will do something on it, that he will set out on a journey thereon in regard to any buying and selling. So are you saying that whoever lies with his wife as it pertains to the Sabbath, is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're referring to? Let me know. Father Tom, you see what Aki DB is saying? Just you gotta give us a description so we can assist. OTT, that's why I said, best rule of thumb, if you can exercise discipline, do so. All right, good point. But again, that's to each his own. All right. Jacob, wake up. That's Jubilees, chapter 50, verses, what do you say? Verses 7 to 8. That's what it is. That's what he's referring to. All right. So I guess, Father Time, you're really not making that effort to get on here. So I don't know if you're a much older person and you're just not familiar with how to manage, you know what I'm saying? Or get through your phone or your app. I don't know what's going on there. But like the brother Aki DB said, it should open up to a browser. And then from there, I believe it's going to ask you if you want to enable your video and your mic, your camera and your mic. You click yes, yes, you allow, and it should pop right up. It's really not a lot that has to be done. It should open right up in Safari and should go right from there. So Goddess Isis, I agree. His name is Father Time, so he must be, it sounds like he's an older person. And no disrespect to him because he seems like he's serious about nation building, but I mean, I'm just trying to figure out. She says crib is on Saturn. Oh, man. Elok, yes, they're great. This is why I love the chat, man. Y'all help each other. Y'all help me. I help y'all. We build. This is why I love the chat, man. Everybody that engages on this channel, man, y'all are awesome. All right. Y'all are great. I wouldn't change y'all for any other group. All right. Shalom to my brother Ezekiel Ben Yisrael in the building. What's going on? All right, Father Time, your time is up. Pun intended. All right. So I don't know what's going on. You're not telling us what's going on. So we're just going to transition away from that. All right. All right. Jordan, you already know, man. You already know. It's always like that. You already know. All right. Facebook, you a story about Gilgamesh. Curious on your thoughts. Allegedly an email related to it. Chris, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm not sure what you mean. Drano Yisrael says, do you have any sources on migration patterns in and through Africa? Yes. Yes. Yes, we do. I actually mentioned this in a lecture I did in 2018 that I still have to do a follow-up to. And me and the brother Shema is going to really go into detail about that whenever he's ready with his presentation. All right. So we might do this before winter is over. Okay. But yes, we have sources on that. And if you're on our Patreon, you can get access to a lot of that as well. All right. Or if you just want a few books or whatever, just email us and then we can get it over to you. All right. And I've talked about this in other videos too. I discussed this in the one that I had when I was talking to Marcus Webb. In that video, I discussed that with him. I talked about it also in that session I had on that panel. I think that comedic panel that I had. I discussed it. So I've brought it out several times, and we do have those sources. So if you want any of them, just let me know, and I can share it with you. I mean, there's a lot of books that's written on that too. A lot of books that's written on that too. So All right. So, shout out to Yahworld 777 in the building. Shalom, Yem Yahoo. What's going on? So DJ, you said, can he call in? I mean, he can call in if he wants. He just have to let me know. I don't he looks like he disappeared. You know, I don't know. It sounds like he's emulating the Ancient of Days, you know, when it comes to time, Father Time. All right. All right. Let me see. All right. Any other questions? Let me know. Bo, we're not gonna do that tonight, my brother. You told me the last time we had a panel discussion, you know, and like I said, I have no problem with you coming in here and contributing. I have no problem at all, as long as you're respectful, right? But we discussed it last time. You said you had nothing more to say with me in a panel discussion. That's what you said. Anybody can go back and check it out. So there's no need for us to have a panel discussion. You can, if you want to ask something or say something, you can definitely keep it in the chat as long as you're respectful. All right. So Yahworld 777, you must have missed me say this the past 3 live streams I did. I referenced a documentary called Despierta Mi Gente that brother Mala Ak of AOC and brother Awanya Sap formerly of GOCC put together, where they made a case in regards to that. All right, they put a case in regards to that. So, you know, I'm open to that based on the information they put out. So I'm not wholly against it, but my focus has to do with the flow that came from West Africa. All right. Bo said he never said that. Bo, go back and check out the last video that we did together, and you'll see that you said there's nothing more for us to talk about. That's what you said in the video, my brother. Go back and check it out. All right. So Sister Yawa Ya Asan Tawa, daughter of Zion, says, when will you have more information on the children resources and platforms? Are you talking about the children's app that we're working on, and as well as the virtual homeschooling programs and future homeschooling centers that we want to establish in every city? We have a chapter. Is that what you're referring to? If so, let me know if that's what you're referring to. Seth, I don't know where the brother is at. I know he defected from GOCC and went independent, and I haven't heard from him in a couple of years. So I'm not sure. I pray that he's all right. Right. Now, Bo says the transatlantic slave trade is a hoax. Look at my face, my brother. That's all I got to say about that. All right. Oh, shout out to the sister Revolutionary Me in the building. She said he's in Virginia. I didn't know that. I did not know that the brother was in Virginia. Thank you for the heads up on that, sis. Definitely hit me up off the air and let me know what's going on. I didn't know anything about that. All right. Eric Johnson says, is there a KHM chapter in Houston? We was going to launch one in Houston. However, when we first planned it, COVID was heavy there and there was a lot of restrictions. So we kind of skipped over it. And then we was planning to try to squeeze Houston and Durham Raleigh in. But it seems now that we got a little bit more demand from Durham Raleigh in North Carolina. So we're going to head there and we're going to do Houston. The next cycle around is going to be Houston, going to be the next major city we do when we get back on the chapter launching tour in 2021. All right. Yeah, sis. So definitely thank you for showing up in the chat as well. Long time no see, sis. Thank you for coming in and showing support and for giving that feedback. All right. Like I said, definitely hit me up. You can even hit me up on Facebook and share that information with me so I can try and get in touch with the brothers. It's been a long time. I don't even know if his number's still the same because I still have an old number for him. I would love to get back in touch with that brother. So I appreciate that, sis. All right. Oh, Chris, I think I know what you're talking about. I didn't read all of that. So I'm not going to comment on it, right, until I'm able to see that. All right. After I look at all of it, the next live we do, I'll be able to talk on that. All right. So I'll kind of back off. All right. So Eric says, who is your contact in Houston? We got a lot of people in Houston, but we don't have a chapter. There's no director in Houston yet. All right. When we get there, we'll establish all of that, Eric. So what I would love for you to do is just contact us. What you can do is email us, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and let us know that you're interested. And what you can also do is get the app. As you see on the screen, go to your Apple App Store, Google Play Store, download the My One Church app. And once you install it, open it up in the zip code field, type 30064, click on the Kingdom Harbinger Ministries entry. And then from there, you can go into groups and you can register or sign up for the KHM Houston chapter. All right. And then we'll bring you in. All right. So Father Time is back. All right. Let's end this show off with a bang, man. Father Time, there you go. Hey, Father Time, what I'm also going to do, let me see if I can do this for you. I'm going to drop the link in the chat that gives you instructions in the event that you're not sure how to get on the line. There's the link right there. All right. So click the link. Please get on. All right. If you get tripped up, I send another link with instructions on how to get on. All right. Yes, no problem, sis. So, sis, stay in touch. Matter of fact, sis, would you like to get involved in that? If you would like to get involved in that, let me know. All right. If you'd like to get involved in it, let me know. Eric, do you have Apple or Android? Let me know and I'll drop the link in the chat for you. But sis, Yawa Asantawa, hopefully I'm saying your name right, sis. Forgive me if I'm not. Do you want to get involved in that project? Because we have tons of projects that we're working on. We need project managers and we need all these things on and going. We have several things already going. We have more things we need to take over and get running. So next year, we can apply for grants to allocate funds to these projects so we can do more for the community. All right. All right. So if you want to get involved, sis, please tell me you got the app. If so, on the app, what I'll probably do is create a new group, right, for children's services and products. And you can join that group. Matter of fact, I could do it right now while we're here. I'll do it right now while we're here. So that way you can join that group. I'll set it up right now. Hold on. All right, so I have it set up. The group is made. All you have to do is just join the group from the app, sis, okay? Truth Seeker, all right? Click on that link. You come into the discussion. Click on the link. Oh, Erica Yashel, he has plenty. Trust me, he has plenty. So Truth Seeker, click on the link. We're still waiting on Father Time. I don't know where he's at. I don't know what's going on. No problem, sis. Ya Asantawa. No problem, sis. Ezekiel Ben Israel. I don't know. Is it a possibility? Yeah, it's possible that some from there can be the real bloodline. Yes. Who specifically? I don't know. I have no clue, my brother. My honest answer. You know what I'm saying? My focus is on us, right? That's my focus. Them is them. I'm focused on us. All right. So, good question. But like I said, I don't know. I'm sure there is, but I don't know specifically. So I can't speak on that. So I hope this is Truth Seeker or Father Time. Whoever that was is dropped off. No problem, Ezekiel. I try to be as much as possible. If I'm not sure, I'm not sure. You know, so Father Time, I don't know where you at. The Legend DJ, I don't know where you at. Truth Seeker, I don't know where you at. Where you guys at? If I don't see you guys in the next 6 minutes, I'm ending the session. All right. Thank you, sis, for Erica Yashel for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you to all the sisters out there that invested on tonight. All the donations that we raise and that we get helps us to provide free services to the community, as well as that it goes in the pot. So when we go out to do these chapter launches, we can get the people together. We can get the venues. You know, we can pay for the food and everything like that. So I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. All right. All right. So John Endorosi says, how do you feel about the book of Revelations, Brother Divine? You previously mentioned something about it being attested or not. So I said the book of Revelation is the least attested manuscript of the New Testament, which means there are less amount of manuscripts for that book than all the other manuscripts that we have in the New Testament. Okay. And the reason for that is because in the ante-Nicene period, and we have this testament from Eusebius, one of the church fathers. All right. It was considered a doubtful, spurious, or uncertain work. Okay. So a lot of the people in the ante-Nicene period was not rocking with the book of Revelation. Okay. It's the least attested book. All right. As far as my position on the book of Revelation, I think it has some great information on there as it relates to the worldview of the Israelites during that period of time. And I think there are some things in there that we can definitely utilize for teaching purposes. But like I tell people all the time, and I'm straightforward, I'm honest, I said the book of Matthew, more particularly the reconstructed book of Matthew, is my go-to book for the Brit Hadashah. Everything else is secondary. Pauline epistles are tertiary because he wrote it to the Gentiles, not to us Israelites. Okay? So the book of Matthew, primary, the rest of the Gospels, and the other general epistles. Then you have the Pauline epistles to me, which is tertiary, and the book of Revelation is also secondary. All right. Primary is the book of Matthew. That's what I hold on to. That's what I rock with. And everything that we need as Israelites is in there for salvation, quote unquote. All right. That's my position. However, I deal with the rest of the New Testament. I subscribe to a great amount of what's in the New Testament. And like I said, I'm willing to deal with it with people so that way I can bring it back in its proper context when it comes to understanding the New Testament. Right. But that's my position right there. All right. All right. Let me see. I don't know what happened to Father Time. He says he's guessing his internet connection is not enough. All right. No problem, Elder. I clicked the StreamYard guideline and it went through, but the other link, once I click it, my page gets stuck loading. Okay, so are you on Wi-Fi or are you on your cellular network? Or do you know what the difference is between the two? If you're on Wi-Fi, go to your cellular network and get your 4G LTE or 5G popping. If you're on 4G LTE or you're on 5G, then switch over to Wi-Fi. All right. And try it one more time. All right. So we got 2 minutes. I'm waiting for Father Time, the legendary DJ. Otherwise, this is going to be a short session. All right. So Stack says, what's your go-to channel for Sabbath service? So I realized that's something that I may have to start doing going forward because we have a lot of people that request that. You know, a great example would be Great Awakening Assembly. Shout out to my brother Vaughn Parker. You know what I'm saying? I watch them. I try to watch him every Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? So that's a great place to go for the Sabbath. You know what I'm saying? You know, but what I will probably be doing sometime in the future, it probably won't be this year. It'll definitely be starting next year. Is doing a Sabbath service for y'all because I know a lot of y'all ask for that. All right, so I'll be giving a message, you know, playing some music for y'all, giving some updates and stuff like that on a Sabbath, and I'll keep that under 2 hours. Okay, So if that's something y'all want, let me know. All right. Anytime, my brother. And Dorothy, anytime. If y'all need any sources or any documentation, information, and we can provide it for y'all, that's what we're here to do. Okay, I'm here to help. So it's an honor to serve. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that we was able to help you, my brother John. All right. All right. All right. So we got 20 seconds left. We're about to hit 2 hours and 30 minutes. We didn't have nobody in the smoke with the smoke break, so we'll probably pass. All right. Thank you so much, Sister Millie Love One, for that. I appreciate sharing that with the brother, so he's aware of it. All right. S.E. Thompson said to me, "What do you think about Rebirth Nation?" I think Rebirth Nation is cool. You know, Morris is my dude. You know what I'm saying? We go way back. When I say way back, it's over 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Me and Morris goes back. I knew Morris before Rebirth was here. Okay. Morris was in my Bible study sessions that I was doing on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Back in 2015. You know what I'm saying? So I support anything that brother is getting involved with. That's a good brother. You know what I'm saying? So I support his endeavor. You know what I'm saying? He co-signed Josh, and I met Josh, I think 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Seems like he's a cool brother as well. So I think Rebirth is cool. You know what I'm saying? Now, do I agree with everything that they put out? No, I don't. Do I agree with a lot of things they put out? Yes, I do. If you want to know something in particular I disagree with in regards to Rebirth, just bring it up and I'll tell you why I disagree with it. And it's not to cause any, dissension, contention, or separation or schisms. It's just that I'm going to voice what my position is, right? Just like they're entitled to voice what their position is. But at the end of the day, I have a great relationship with my brother Morris. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my brother Morris, man. Shout out to Josh as well. All right. Much love. All right. Yo, Jordan's funny. He says, Yala, Leila Tov. Okay. Leila Tov to you as well, my brother. Get some sleep. All right. Drano says Pantheon link. I don't know what Pantheon link. Are you talking about the Patreon link, Drano? Patreon link is streaming across your screen. www.patreon.com/DivineProspect. That's where all the resources go to, the articles, the books, the cash giveaways, the news, the exclusives, the early access. Everything is on Patreon. We got like 200 posts on there. You know what I'm saying? 200 posts on there. All right. All right. So, okay. I see some craziness going on in chat. I need y'all to chill on that. If you don't chill on that, you will be timed out. And if you keep doing it, you will be blocked. All right. Please chill out in the chat. All right. Chill out with that. All right. Please, no disrespecting each other. You can disagree, but no disrespecting each other. Okay. All right. Jacob, you're absolutely correct. Jacob, why do you keep putting comments with quotations? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Junior, no, I did not see your question. Post it one more time. I'll answer that as the last thing before I go, because the Legend DJ, Father Time, Truth Seeker, who's right here right now. Truth Seeker is not clicking on the link, as I asked Truth Seeker, click on the link so that way I can reason with him and I can edify him and I can empower him to ensure that he knows he's on the right path. I would love to do it via talking to you one-on-one, my brother. So please, if you can, click the link before we head out. Junior, post your question as your last question, and then we are out. This was a very laid-back Freestyle Friday. All right? I promise. Next week, I'm going to turn it up some more because I didn't see too many people bringing smoke. So I'll bring the smoke out there and see what comes with that. All right? I'll do a little teaching. Then I'll offer some smoke and see what comes with that. All right? I appreciate that, my brother Chris. Thank you so much for that, my brother. Thank you so much for whatever you give. And even if you don't give, I thank you for your support because you're constantly in here with us, building with the chat, contributing. So that means more than anything that you can invest in over here. Okay? All right. All right. So Junior, what is your question? Please post your last question and we are out of here. What is your question, my brother? I did not see it. Please post your question. All right. You asking me what I think about the DNA of sound. That is the brother Avdiel or Zion Lex. That's his book. I don't have that book, so I cannot comment on something I do not have. I have other books by the brother that I do like, but I do not have his book called DNA of Sound. I do not have that. All right. I wish my brother Zion Lex well in his endeavors. That's my brother. All right. We see eye to eye on things. Some things we disagree on. Some things we do agree on. We've had sit down discussions before, even on henotheism and monotheism. All right. We sat down and had a build on our differences, and it was a very edifying build. All right. So that's my brother. So I co-sign a lot of stuff that he's been doing. He's putting in a lot of good work he's been putting out there lately. All right. And I appreciate the brother for that. But do I agree with everything that my brother says? No, I don't. I don't agree with everything he says. Right. There's some things that he does, which is his lane, that he gets into, and some things that I disagree with. And that's just not my lane. You know what I'm saying? So I cannot comment on something that I have not read. And I did not read his book entitled DNA of Sound. So I cannot comment on it. All right. So until I read it, I'm going to reserve judgment on it. And when I say judgment, I mean my critique on it. Right. Nothing bad. All right. But like I said, I have other books from the brother that is dynamic. He's a great author. Excellent teacher. You know what I'm saying? Much love and respect to my brother. All right. So, but I'm not going to comment on something I didn't read. Just like some people ask me questions on things. If I haven't not read something, I'm not going to comment on it. I'm not going to act like I read it. I'm going to try to be as honest as I can. All right. Much love to you as well, my brother, Junior. And if there's anything that we can do, KHM, Divine Prospect, to assist you in your endeavors, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and we will do what we can to support you, your household, your family, your community, and get it popping. All right. So Sandra Curry, shout out to Sister Sandra Curry, says, what don't you agree with when it comes to rebirth? It depends. You know, there's some teachings that I've seen that Josh has made that I disagree with. I don't recall everything to right now in mind. I don't recall it. However, if somebody wants to bring something up, then I can speak on it, right? Morris, I think there was one or two things he put out that I didn't agree with, but most of the things that Morris puts out, I agree with, because he's kind of similar to the things that we share here. All right. Thank you for sharing that, Junior. I appreciate that. But in no way am I condemning, speaking down upon, or telling people don't subscribe to Rebirth. I'm not saying that. Right? Like I said, shout out to Rebirth. They got a mission and assignment. They do their thing. KHM, we have a mission assignment and we do our thing, right? So even though I disagree with brothers, does not mean I'm saying, oh, I don't follow these brothers and they're evil, they're wicked, they don't agree what we agree with. Like, we don't get down like that over here. That's not what we do. All right. That's not what we do. All right. All right. I'll answer this as the last one. Okay. I'll answer this. So Bo, I need you and any misser to chill, please. Chill. Please chill out, family. Chill out, please. Both of y'all, just fall back. I'm asking you politely, because if not, the mods are going to jump in and they're going to ban y'all. So I'm asking y'all, be the bigger men, lay it down, keep it pushing. All right. Let's talk about something else. Okay, please. And as you can see, my brother is talking about the Living the Rest Life t-shirt. So if y'all want one of these t-shirts, we got them in black and blue and red and gray and white. If you're interested in one of the Living the Rest Life t-shirts, and then we got the scripture right here, Exodus 31:16, definitely let me know and we can hook you guys up. All right. For us, the Sabbath rest period, ceasing of labors, buying and selling, is from sunrise to sunset. I know some people who keep it this evening into that period of time, and this is no disrespect for y'all. When I'm offering this, if you're interested in a shirt, you can definitely get it after the Sabbath is over. All right. I appreciate that, my brother Enemy Seat Ibanga, for being a bigger man. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you so much for brother Chris. Excellent brother right there for putting that out. I appreciate that. All right.
Hello.
All right. Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing, brother? My name is Adarius Thomas. I'm Father Time for all the jokes, I guess.
Oh,
Ray.
what's going on, Father Time?
Hey, what's up? Uh,
I'm
I,
doing good, my brother.
I just moved to Georgia. I guess I'm in an older area, Warner Robins. So my
I know where
connection
that's at.
a little
I'm in
off.
Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I definitely need to get up with you more because I'm looking to move around more. But just to clear the air, there's no jokes, anything like that. I'm only 26. I'm not old. It's just I don't use. I'm very,
I hear you.
very
It's a joke, my brother. We just joking with
anti
you, my brother.
anti technology. I don't use a lot of technology. Like I told you, a little brief for me is just I'm into nature. I'm more so garden, more so
Uh-huh.
efficient. I don't really get down with all the new technology and stuff. I know I
Hmm.
got to dip and dab with it, but I'm not as great. So you know what I'm saying. That's my flaw, I guess. In
No, it's not, my brother. It's not a flaw. That's actually a benefit because when it shits the fan, you're gonna be unbothered and untouched, and that's respectable. And that's what I'm trying to gear our community to as well. You feel what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm on the
So much
same journey.
respect to you for that.
Right. Which that kind of actually opens me to my first point is such as I KHM, if I'm not saying it correct, that's not the only platform out here that's more so based on a collective community coming together using the same resources, bringing the self-sufficient community and economic building right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
Being
not it's not it's not the only group that's doing that, but in my
right,
community as an Israelite, because I know you don't identify as an Israelite, but in my community, it's not that many groups that are doing that, that are returning back to the land, returning back to nature, like you said, right? Revering the things that the causal agent of everything we see here of creation has put into place, that has given us dominion on, right? For us to go back and purchase land, to live on it, for us to get involved in the politics in that region that we own the land. So that way, no adverse policies, whether it's public or private, or ordinances or statutes, work against our favor in what we're doing on that land, to encourage our people to build gardens and farms on that land, to build houses, sustainable houses, self-sustainable houses, houses that don't need any pipes or any lines running in and out of it, right? Being able for us to have home birthing centers and homeschooling centers on that property as well. So that way, our children are born natural the way it was intended, right? And also they can get an education that is centered around the cultural values of that community, right? And
right,
other things, create our own manufacturing plant. So that way, if we want to, get textiles or start making our own clothing and stuff like that, we can do so. All right. Have a GDP,
right,
a gross domestic product for that community that we can utilize to sell. And we have to barter and work with other nations, whether it's domestic or international. All right. Have work treaties, right, where we can provide work and our IP on loan to other nations, right? More primarily to me, more African nations that we can connect with, because we believe a lot of our brothers and sisters are still over there that we want to connect with, and we want to have relationships with them, and also to infuse the charter for our organization that we have, so that way it has the resolutions for the International Decade of People of African Descent in it. So that way, if there's any county or state or federal government law or show of force that infringes upon those liberties that we should have as a human right that is defined in Geneva Convention and others, according to the UN, that we're able to have an international audience adjudicate over the matter. Okay. So there's various things that we are attempting to do. Right now, we're in a build-out process of launching our chapters in various cities. So that way we can start creating these infrastructures in those regions. So it could be a safe haven for our people when the time comes and things starts to happen to everything else around us. Right. So it's
right.
concepts that come or derive from our cultural paradigm that we are infusing into real life. So that way we can have tangibles to work with, and that's beneficial for the growth and thriving and survival of our community.
Right. So basically, bringing the lifestyle back to how he was out there in Egypt. If I'm speaking it accurately, because everything that you've spoken, and I'm not an Egyptian or I follow the Kemet, but I'm not a part of it. But everything that you've spoken, we as a race of black had already had this established in Egypt. Now, regardless, before all of the greed took in place, where I guess Moses and the Israelites had was prepared before the Exodus and everything like that. Before this, these events happened, we was already self-sustained at a perfect civilization. Am I correct, or am I missing some type of history there?
No, say that last part again. You said.
I was saying, before the, I guess, the Moses Exodus, we was established at a perfect civilization out in history.
When you say we, you referring to Kemet?
I mean, we as in you, my brother, all of us, we come from all of our ancestors, regardless of what tribe you come from, the same nut. That's how we got here. So, I mean, we as in human race, as in existence that's been on this planet. There's no other separation. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm meaning you as in a consciousness. You are a conscious vessel, same as me passing through time. So, I'm talking about one as a collective, all of us. Before the Moses Exodus, we had already had a civilization the same established with everything you just mentioned, everything and greater. We already had this established. Now, I think where the differences of religion comes in at is why things started to fall into place. I mean, why things started to fall apart, who you had to follow to get in where you fit in, and now we're the domino effect of all. So where I'm coming at with you is how, being that we do have other platforms out here that's willing to do the same as the Israelite community, how is the Israelite community more so a chosen descendants of God? That's my question for you. How are the Israelites
So,
God's children?
so
When
you're
the
saying
same way
how? Okay, so you're saying, yeah. So you're saying how are the Israelites God's children? That's what you're asking, right? So if there's platforms outside of KHM or outside of KOI or other groups that are doing what I just mentioned, right? If those
Mhm.
groups do exist, independent, whatever ideology they have, that's great. You know, my thing is I'm pushing, I support for more quote unquote black people to make an effort to do these things, right? That's what we need to do. Now, when we go to ideology, it's something a little bit different. Now, you said religion, and I gotta kind of correct you on that because the word I'm using is culture. One element of culture is spirituality, right? So if you look at any culture, let's take Kemet for example, because I'm thoroughly familiar with ancient Kemet, right? Because I've studied it, gone to conferences. I don't know if you've seen videos with me going to conferences, stuff like that, speaking to people in Egyptology who are professors that come to these colleges who are well renowned. Of me studying Medu, right? Of me sharing even books on my Patreon in regards to ancient Kemet. I'm well versed in ancient Kemet, right? If we look at ancient Kemet, right? If I was to tell you what is the Memphite theology and Memphis in ancient Kemet, would you be able to tell me what that is? What did that consist of?
No,
I'm
I
gonna
wouldn't
try
be
to show
able.
you something. I'm gonna try to show you something. You said what?
Oh no, I said no, I wouldn't be able to give you that translation.
Okay, so what about the Heliopolis theology? Are you familiar with the Heliopolis theology or even the Hermopolis theology? These are all the gnomes I'm referring to where there were particular ideological prescriptions to the supernatural, which is a personification of things identified in nature, right? Because I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. If you're familiar with these things, I just need to find a point of reference that you're familiar with so I can compare it to our particular ideology so you can understand, right? So do you know about the Hermopolis or the Heliopolis theology or even the anthropogenesis that's depicted in those ideologies? Or if you're looking at the cosmogony references in those particular ideologies. If you don't, then I can go over it with you real quick, and then we can get some tangibles, which are primary sources from ancient Egypt, so I can show you the development of these things and how we have that system of a person subscribing. Like I give you an example, right? Let me see if I can break it down because I'm not sure how much you've studied of ancient Kemet, right? And this is why I'm saying this, because if you studied enough, I can find a point of reference. I hear you saying certain things like we're a consciousness just passing through, and you making references that we as a human race are ancient people. I understand all of that because I have countless discussions with our brothers and sisters in the conscious community, and we talk about these things all the time, right? So I'm thoroughly familiar with the things you're saying, but I need a point of reference that we can agree on, so that way I can then translate that to answer the question you asked me. How do we think that we are God's chosen people, right?
So basically, documents is gonna be I guess validation to your answer. Documents, some type of paperwork or some type of corner.
It's called primary references, right? Okay. So a primary reference from ancient Kemet would be a wall relief, would be a temple, whether it's a temple where sacrifices are given, right? Whether it's a mortuary temple, right? Whether it's a stele, right? Whether it's on papyri, okay? So these are all what's called primary references, right? So if I tell you that the Nasut BT, and you know what the Nasut BT is, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Nasut, okay. So if I tell you that the Nasut, according to the Heliopolis theology, believes the fact that he is called the son of Ra, okay? Now, in the Medu Neter, there are determinatives that tell us what something is in reference to as it pertains to a particular word, right? So what does Ra or Re mean in Medu Neter or Middle Egyptian? Because that's what a lot of the literature was written in. What does that represent? What is Re or Ra?
Isn't that the son of God? Or
it could be, it's the son, right? Dependent upon the determinative that's associated with it. Because if there is a particular deity determinative that is associated with that symbol of Re or Ra, which is the disc, the circle with a little circle inside, sometimes you have the stick underneath it. Sometimes you have the seated deity right beside it. It will indicate whether he's saying, I'm talking about the literal son, or if I'm talking about some other kind of ethereal entity. Because the Nasut BT says that I'm from the body of Ra, and I'm the son of Ra, and therefore this is my entitlement to rule and to reign. See that? This personified deity, the sun symbol personifies an ethereal deity. And the story is that this ethereal deity presides over that which we see, which is the natural existence, and that the actual Nasut BT is a descendant from Ra. Now, if you go back further into the Turin Papyrus, are you familiar with the Turin Papyrus? Let me show it on the screen real quick. Oh, you are? Okay. So are you also familiar with if we go into the Turin Papyrus and the man, just escaped me for a second. Man, forgot the other one. But let me bring up the Turin Papyrus. The other one will come to me. I did a whole video on this. Whole video showing the references and everything. I wish I would have known we was having this discussion. I would have had all of this prepared. The reason why I bring up the Turin Papyrus is because if we look at that king's list, because that's what it represents, a king's list, right? If we look at that king's list, how far back does that king's list go in the Turin Papyrus?
I don't know that top of my head.
No problem. Huh?
So I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, no problem. So if we go into the Turin Papyrus, what you'll find is that it goes into what's called pre-dynastic god kings.
Right.
All right. So not only do we see the Heliopolis deities listed as actual kings that rule, we also see that in the tale of the heavenly cow. All right, where we see that the deity Re or Ra was presiding over the kingdom of Egypt as a king, and he was getting old to the point where the people no longer respected him, and they disrespected him, and therefore he called the council with all his children, you know, the ones that came from out of him, you know, the nut that you have spoken about, and he just talked to them and say, hey, what should we do about this situation that the people are rebelling against me? So eventually he decided that he was going to use Hathor to punish mankind for their rebellion against him, right? And then after a while, he saw that Hathor was too bloodthirsty, so he intervened and he prevented Hathor from killing mankind any further. Hathor represents a cow. Cow represents Hathor. Why? Because the cow was believed to bring nourishment. You'll see reliefs where you see grown men suckling from a cow, and a cow represents Hathor, right? Because milk was considered an element of sustenance for the Egyptians, right? Or the Kemetite peoples, all right? So why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because you'll see that the elitists believe that they derive from these deities that preceded them, that came before them. And they even demonstrated in the King's List of Turin. They tell you that this is the lineage in which the kings were established. They show you this. It goes all the way up to the Ramesside dynasty. And in those reliefs, those stelas that's erected, the kings are saying this to you. They're telling you, I'm from the body of Re. I'm the son of Ra. So when we go into Israelite culture, right, you have the what's called the non-material culture. That's the literature, right? And when we look into that literature and we see a reference where the deity is telling these covenant people that you're my children, that's what's the relationship. The deity, Yod He Wav, is having a covenant with this people, and therefore that is why they come and make the claim they make. The same way that we see the same thing not only in ancient Egypt, we see that in Mesopotamia as well. So if you go to Mesopotamia, the king of Babylon, he comes from the loins, or he's the body of who? Marduk. Marduk is the deity that enthroned the king and gives him the authority to rule. That's how it works. Interesting thing is that when you go to the local cults in ancient Egypt, and one of them is Deir el Medina. I don't know if you ever heard of Deir el Medina before, but that was a middle-class community. Did you know that they gave votive offerings to local deities and not the state deity? Because they believed that they were either appealing to those deities or that they were their ancestors that they worshiped. Because ancestor veneration, ancestor worship was being performed in ancient Egypt. And therefore, people believe that their ancestors gave them favor as long as they venerate them, as long as they remember them, as long as they give them food and drink offerings, votive offerings, that they are the descendants of these ancestors who are now guiding them and giving them favor over their day-to-day activities. So they would be considered the son of their ancestors, who they then worship and who they believe has a hand in the world of the living. So I said it to say a cultural analysis. This is not us saying religion. Religion is something totally different, right? We're talking about within the framework of that culture, there are certain subscriptions that people have that prescribe how society is dictated, how the village should be operated, right? How you're supposed to be in harmony with nature, how you're not supposed to overconsume the environment, how you're supposed to have a particular diet that's suitable for your livelihood, how there are certain sciences that develop in order for you to advance society, how you're supposed to respect the things that are given to you by a force that is great into you. The inundation of the Nile is an example of that, and we go back further to that. So we go to the time of Imhotep. Imhotep is sent by King Djoser to go and find out why the Nile is not flooding. Because if the Nile doesn't inundate during July of the year, then the entire civilization is going to be in a famine. So what happens is Imhotep sails upstream, which is south, because, you know, we look at the topography and it goes slanted like this. He sails upstream. And what he does is that he goes to the island of Elephantine, which is an island within the river. Okay. And Elephantine is in one of the lower cataracts of ancient Egypt that borders what we call Nubia. Okay. And on that island, he went there and he went to sleep, because they're trying to figure out what's going on. We got to go south to find out what's going on with the river. Then he gets a visit from Khnum. Khnum says, hey, the reason why this Nile's not flooding is y'all forgot to worship me. So what you're going to do is going to go back, tell the king that, and if I'm satisfied with the offerings you give, then I'll let the Nile flood. Is that religion? That's not religious. Who would call that religion? That's not religious. That is them going back and paying homage to the patron deity that's residing over them, because they have a covenant with these deities. Keep that in mind. And they forgot the parts of the covenant, so therefore the deity have withhold from them the lifeblood of Egypt, or Kemet, and that is the now. Is that religious? It's not religious. I don't see it as being religious. That's just them trying to get back in harmony with their ecology, so that way things can flow the way it's meant. The Nusut BT is responsible for upholding Ma'at and ensuring that the Nile floods every year. If not, then it's something that he did. And if he doesn't intervene or interpose, guess what happens? The people get him up out of there. But they also believe that they had to pay homage to a force that's greater than them in order for these things to take place. That's not religion. That's culture. Religion is somebody that is outside of that culture, has a westernized perspective of what's going on there, categorizes it, pulls out the elements of it that they believe that can be beneficial to their community, and anything else that they do not like, they demonize to prevent the indigenous people from engaging in that culture and subscribing to the one that they are now giving to them or force feeding them. That's religion. That's binding people to something that is existential to their natural environment and their natural cultural development that's been passed down through cultural, through their cultural antiquity. That's two different things we're talking about. What I'm talking to you about is cultural. There's nothing wrong with me saying that the patron deity, that those that we subscribe to in our community as being a certain group of people who we see as Northeast Africans, have developed a cultural system to keep us in sync and in harmony with the environment in which we live in, and also with dealings with each other socially. And that becomes a binding contract amongst each other, so that way we become more close-knit, and that way we can take care of the things that are around us, even those who are strangers amongst us. So that's cultural. That has nothing to do with no religion. That's not religious at all. Religion is Christianity. Religion is Judaism. Religion is Islam. Religion is all those things. Hinduism, that's religion. However, if you go to those indigenous people within the time period in which they live, they practice a culture. That's what they practice. Later on, people turn it into a religion. Okay, and then they use that to conquer and do all types of. But go ahead, my brother.
I know that in ancient Egypt, their foundation of spirituality is based on nature. Okay. And this is one thing that shied me away from other cultures and other religions, because and at a common sense level, just as an existent being, nature should play, not should, nature play a very important role in each one of our lives. You know what I'm saying? Whether you have faith, whether you believe in prophecy, whether you believe in reincarnation, it don't matter what you believe, your source is nature. We come from the dirt, dust to dust, and we go back to the dirt. And so the thing that that I wanted to know about the Israelites, what type of resources, or what type of not even resources, what's the more accurate saying, what type of connections do y'all have with nature herself?
All right, so check this out. That's an excellent question, right? The first thing is, do you do any gardening work, farming, or anything like that? Have you done that before?
Yeah.
Okay. So what will happen, because I know you say you're 26, but what will happen if you toil the same place for 70 years? What do you think will happen? 50 years. What do you think will happen to that one area if you toil it for 50 years straight? What do you think will happen to it?
It'll decease itself. It probably will get old.
It'll stop yielding, right? Well, our culture tells us that we have to let any land that we work on rest when it comes upon the 49th to 50th year. That's keeping us in harmony with nature, right? That's number one. We got tons more with that, right? Second thing is that
the detail. What do you mean? You go 50 years without touching her?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we have to let the land rest. Any land that we are toiling and utilizing, if we and our successors toil that land on the 49th year, going into the 50th year, we are to let the land rest so the land can have time to recoup and yield back to us. That's part of our culture. So we toil the land until the 49th year where we let the land rest. Because if you toil the land too much, it's not going to yield its fruit to you. That's part of our culture. Another part of our culture gives us what people call the dietary law. And let me explain to you what the dietary law is. There are elements that are in an ecosystem that allows the ecosystem to thrive. If you overconsume certain animals that are in an ecosystem, then you will throw off various things, right? You'll throw off the hierarchy in regards to the food chain will be thrown off. You're throwing off certain natural processes that have to occur in order for the environment to produce the things that it's producing, right? So in our culture, we're taught that there are certain animals that you are not to eat in any kind of environment, because if you do eat these animals, then you're going to throw off the ecology of the environment, and therefore it's going to be out of whack. And if it's out of whack, then guess what? You cannot thrive in that environment. So therefore, there are certain animals that we don't touch because of such. They have certain roles in the environment that if they're overconsumed, the environment will not do what it needs to do. So we are taught to leave these elements alone and only focus on a particular amount of things in which we can eat, because anything else that we consume will throw the ecology off. That is in our text. And that text is just a compendium of cultural norms that have been passed down from ancestors to their successors. And that is what we have possessed today. So we go back, we look to see those ancient ways to say, okay, look, in an environment, they laid the template. These are the things that we can consume, the things that we have to leave alone, because if we consume things that we're being taught to leave alone, because these people have watched this year after year after year after year, then we're going to throw our environment off. And we throw our environment off, then things are going to break down. If things break down, then it's going to affect us over the long term. This is staying in harmony and sync with nature. Also, if you go into the text also teaches us to look at the moon and observe the moon, so we know the times. It teaches us to look at the stars, observe the stars, sidereal year, moon just synodic month, to see these things, to see the times, to understand that the equilux first and equinox. So we can see these things, so we can understand how to judge time. When we see that there's, for example, a blue moon, which just happened in October, which means you have 2 full moons within the same month. That's what a blue moon is. People say, oh, once in a blue moon. Well, that's what a blue moon is. You see these things as a sign. Well, what is that sign? Well, there's something that is going on the earth, because the moon has a particular effect on things that happen in the earth. There's different ways in which you have to bury in regards to sowing in the earth and things that you reap, which is harvesting and pulling out. And the moon has an effect on that. Certain root vegetables that are actually planted have to be harvested at a certain time when the moon has a particular phase, whether it's the dark conjunction or whether it's the moon that is full. These things have a play in regards to the earth. The moon is also used to help you to navigate your path. These are the things that we look at. These are the things that our culture dictates that we do in order for us to be in harmony with the things that the causal agent who put things in place, we can stay in harmony with his creation. This is what the text teaches us as far as our culture. It can be validated in the material culture of the people, which is the things in archaeology that's been left behind that coincides with the things that are written. These are the things that we convey. Now, I could keep going. There's plenty of more things that we could keep going, right? I'll give you another one. Here's another good one, right? Another good one is that the text tells us that the herbs of the field is there for meat unto our bodies. Herbs of the field. Well, anybody who's an herbalist, anybody who deals with herbs, understands that there are things that are in herbs that are good for the body. One thing is hyssop. Hyssop is a blood purifier. The text tells us that if there's something wrong in regards to your blood, to take hyssop, because hyssop is the thing that's going to help you with your blood. Well, if you go into ancient Egypt and you look into ancient Egypt, you have various papyri that tell you, or that are what's called medical or scientific treatises, right? And these medical scientific treatises, they also look at different herbs and different things like that they use to prescribe to those who are sick. You see this over a period of time. You take certain things, experiment to it, see what works, see what doesn't. That's called trial and error. And then what you do, you give credit to the deity that presides over that element of creation. Because if your medical knowledge ceases at a particular point, then what you do is you appeal to the deity that can enlighten you with additional knowledge, so that way you can move forward with it. And there were certain things that people would do to take care of certain things in nature and certain things in personal, every day-to-day life things, right? So it's the same thing. The text tells us the herbs is there for it to be meat unto our body. So therefore we cater to it. Matter of fact, the first diet that's applied in the ancestral work of knowledge that we have is that of a vegan. And that is the ideal diet. Ideal. So that's what the text tells us. I mean, I could keep going. There's tons of things in the culture that teaches us to stay in harmony with the environment. However, if you read the culture from a religious perspective, you miss all of these things.
Yeah, I hear that pretty much with every, I guess, different culture. a different book of God or word of God. Everybody says the
I don't
same.
like that word. I don't like that. I don't like that term "word of God" because that's like generic. Like, who we talking about, right? I'm just
Yeah,
saying that. But go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
yeah. But I mean, so yeah, I want to piggyback off of with the Egypt and
Sure.
the Israel
Yep.
Israelites, because just what I'm saying, sitting back is like I haven't really seen too much videos of you and Sarnetta and them, but I've dibbled in here and there, and
Mhm.
just kind of it just kind of some type of awareness just came to me, just like I guess everyone seems so sure of their uh, answer, and this is
That's
where
fine.
the confusion is at, because it's like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's almost to where we're just rolling the dice out here. If you gotta hope you land in the right area, then your soul is saved. But you know what I'm saying? A more very articulate angle. I pretty much I want to bring to you. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever thought that maybe our ancestors from every corner wasn't all the way correct? Maybe it was some, because it's a bunch of things in your culture that I guess you guys don't subscribe to now that was totally inappropriate back in the days that you guys wouldn't even be on, but it's a part of your culture. You know what I'm saying?
Like what? Give me an example of that. Because I
Okay.
agree with you, and that's what almost any ancient culture. That's why we try
Exactly.
not
This
to make
I was getting
certain
because
historical fallacy. So a historical fallacy is the social norms of today is not the same social
hold
norms
on.
of 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago.
I let you work. I let you get your break in. So let me just, you know what I'm saying, dibble in with you. Because that's like I was saying, because I don't want to lose my train of thought, not to cut you off, brother. But
Okay, go ahead.
yeah, it's some things that in your culture back in the day, in the ancient time, you wouldn't subscribe to now. I mean, I can't really think of it off the top of my head. I know Captain Tazoriak, you know what I'm saying, brother. A lot of those brothers, they was kind of yielding to that as well. Saying with the other, the brothers in Egypt, they was doing all type of different rituals and craziness in their time that the whoever came in now wouldn't subscribe to. So in my head, it's kind of showing that back in the days, the consciousness that was going around, pretty, it was just more so if everybody was just doing, it was just trying to figure itself out. And I think that, you know what I'm saying, my terminology is nature. Some people say God or whatever. I say the conscious of nature. She would drain herself, which is like the Nile River, what you said, draining herself the same way a mother would treat her children. She would starve them. Same way you said that, I guess the 40 years or 400 years was a test for your culture to, you know what I'm saying, get back right so God can give you everything that he promised you. I guess it's the same concept, but just a different name. And where
Hmm.
I'm coming at it, just like, you know what I'm saying, we was all just kind of trying to figure out an answer similar to now, how we all still standing on our word, and we're, you know what I'm saying, I guess not trying to figure it out, but still trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, what is the next big move, what's the next big thing, because we're hoping that that's how we save our soul, and that's how we save our people's souls. So I'm formulating this into another perspective, but um being the fact that our everybody ancestors was not on all the truth. We knew a bunch of things, but we was, I guess we were just too arrogant. And I guess nature seen this, and we went through this domino effect. Now we're here. And so what I'm saying now is, being the fact that you guys are doing with the Nation Bill, I seen the interview with Brandon T. Jackson and the other PR interview, and I seen, you know what I'm saying, Brother Polite. I'm just kind of
Appreciate that.
on some great minds, seeing what's new. And you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying, what I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying, why are we still looking to support this same lifestyle, this systematic living? Even though it's like, hey, it's for us, but isn't spiritually this type of lifestyle with this go to work, using money as a currency, using these cars and all this stuff, isn't this supposed, you know what I'm saying? Not isn't it supposed to, but I would phrase it as more so of, as a spiritual person, you know what I'm saying, walking and more so of natural lifestyle, such as the people on the Nile, the Egyptians on the Nile, You know what I'm saying? That is the greater influence, and that looks like what you're trying to bring back just in your own culture. You know what I'm saying? Correct?
Okay. Yeah,
So
I'm following you.
okay, so
So,
where I'm
so,
at,
so what's up? Are you saying, so your point is for us to totally disconnect from society? Is that what you're saying?
um that that was in it, you know what I'm saying? That was in it. I was
Mhm.
finna get
Mhm.
off to end it, you know what I'm saying? It's more so like, okay, um, if you're saying that your culture is God's children, you don't think that that is offensive to any other culture that's even willing to help you? Because if I'm helping a brother that's telling me his culture is God's children, regardless of the love I have for the brother, you're still pretty much looking at me subconsciously blasphemous. You're still looking at me like, hey, you know what I'm saying? You're not a part of my culture. Yeah, you're building with me. We can use the resources, but you know what I'm saying? Your book is saying, hey, if you're not in this mark, you're in the other mark. So it's kind of like it's a slick way of saying, you know what I'm saying, being an ad, it's a slick way of being manipulative in a sense to me, saying that okay, if I'm not a part of this culture, then I'm not a chosen child of God. But yet, you know what I'm saying? But yet, I don't even want to say, but yet, just stick it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't think that's what I'm ending off. You don't think that saying that your culture is God's children. You don't think that that is manipulative and very uh disrespectful to the divine, to the divinity of who we would consider God, to point the finger and tell who is not God's children. Isn't that very disrespectful to God to speak and with God's tone of voice as if you're the creator, as if just because you have your understanding, you have your prophecy, but to slang his sword or her sword or its sword around as if you have the power? You don't think that that's disrespectful? That's my question to you.
All right. So, first thing is, were you here when we went over Isaiah chapter 19, verse 25?
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And do you recall what we said about that?
It was a few points where that was with Janae.
Yeah. She was talking about, it said, blessed be Egypt, my people. Do you have a problem with that?
Towards the question that I asked you, I don't see how it connects.
You don't see how it connects, but you was talking about other cultures, right?
Yeah,
And
all
you say
cool.
that you see that being disrespectful. Well, when I'm telling you in this culture, I'm showing you some of the things that's being said in this culture.
Okay, so go on.
All right. So with that being said, you asked me if I subscribe, let's say me being an Israelite, and I say that the patron deity of my ancestors is Yod Hey Wav, and that the text that we have been left behind in conjunction with the material culture that was also left behind in archaeology, if we take those two things and combine them together and recreate our culture, we see that those forefathers and foremothers made a covenant with this deity, and therefore we are also enjoining ourselves in the same covenant. And whenever there's a covenant, there's a two-way street, right? We also have something that we are obliged to do. Nowhere does it tell me that I'm supposed to mistreat you. See, we see you as being part of our culture, just like anybody else who's black, who subscribes to anything, whether it's traditional African spirituality, whether it's ancient Kemet or whatever. Everybody still sees those same people as the people of whoever it is or whatever it is that they follow. Now, I'm not a pure animist. It seems to me that you are striving to be a pure animist, right? But there's some difficulties with that, I'll say. But we could probably talk about that maybe another time. But what I'm simply saying is if some people
Here,
say,
what is that?
so you know what an animist is?
Nah,
Or
I don't.
animism? Okay. So animism is somebody that worships nature, right? They see that what you call consciousness, our consciousness is connected to nature and to our environment, right? So therefore, they worship the environment because the environment is the life giver to sustain them, right? So that's what an animist is. They see the concrete environment as being their higher power, as opposed to something supernatural, ethereal that's outside of and what can empirically be grasped or conceived, right? So that's what an animist is, or that's what animism is, right? So somebody that purely focused on nature and will say a claim like nature is my God, right? That's the thing that sustains me. That's the thing that, you know, that I wake up to the sun every day, and the sun gives life to the earth, right? And then the fruits and vegetables and herbs and stuff that I take and consume is health to my body, right? And I'm not going to overconsume that which is around me, because that which is around me is my God, is my protector, is my rock. It's the thing that brings me salvation. That's what an animist was saying, somebody that subscribes to animism, right? So that's what I said. So that's what I'm saying. A pure animist is somebody that doesn't consider anything outside of nature as being what we call God, okay? What I'm simply saying is, if we're talking about ancestors, and the ancestors venerated their ancestors, and they also venerated other entities that presides over different elements of society, they've also made pacts and covenants with these existential entities, whatever they may be, right? So if somebody, like I said, me, decides that we want to revert back to the covenant that we say is part of the covenant of our forefathers and foremothers, and that there are certain things that it entails, one of those things is for us not to oppress the stranger that's amongst us. You will not be considered a stranger, because to us, you'll be considered our brother or sister, right? So you will still be part of our culture. Now, you may not subscribe to tenets of the culture, because that may not be for you, but we don't see you anything less than what we are. So again, you may reference to my brother Tazariak. He has a totally different discipline and perspective on things than I do, right? That's him. That's what he subscribes to. What we subscribe to here is something totally different, because some of the stuff that I just delineated to you are things that he probably won't touch on. Okay, so no, I don't see anything wrong with somebody deciding to say, I'm going to subscribe to this. However, because I still see you as my kin, as my brother, as my sister, I'm still willing to open the door and work with you. Why not? Why would I take you out the equation when you are equally beneficial to me and I'm equally beneficial to you? See, I'm a little bit different. I don't proselytize. Okay. If another brother or sister who looks like me, I identify them as being additional sheep of a flock that they're not part of. My job is still to reach out to them, still to help, to assist them. If we have a same common goal, let's work together and get it done. I'm not asking you to subscribe to what I do behind closed doors in regards to what deity that I give my allegiance to, and you should not be asking me to do the same thing either. When Marcus Garvey helped to set up the UNIA, one of the tenets is we leave religion out the door. Come in, talk about nation building, right? And then once we're done, we leave out there and everybody go to their respective places and worship who you want to worship, do what you want to do. But when we come into those closed doors, there's common issues or societal ills that we face in our communities that we need to provide solutions for. And whatever it is that you subscribe to, right, as far as whatever religion, culture you subscribe to, if you can extract any solutions from that to fix problems in real time and in real life, then it's not beneficial at all. It's just an imaginary. This is called ideation, right? Ideation is when you create or imagine, a world that you live in that is not real. It's ideation. So that's what I'm saying. So there's nothing wrong with me saying that I identify as an Israelite and that I have gone back into covenant with the patron deity of ancestors of mine. And I'm going to follow as best as I can the cultural precepts and the mandates that were left behind by those ancestors by way of their covenant with this deity. That's my subscription. It has nothing to do with me talking to you right now. It has nothing to do with me. If you say, hey, brother, I got this land, I got a farm. Okay, cool. Let's go do this work. Hey, brother, I got this. Hey, brother, I'm trying to do that. Okay, cool. Let's do this work. Why would I restrict myself from assisting you?
You're kind of diluting the question, though, because I was more so focusing on saying, being that people, you and your culture are saying that you are God's children. That's where more so I'm focused on. Being that saying that you are God's children, and only those that subscribe to that culture are God's children. That is where I'm asking, do you think that is disrespectful to another person or brother, whoever?
No. Why? When you say another brother, you mean like somebody that's black,
someone
like
outside of your culture, someone outside of your culture.
Wait. Okay, so are you saying when you say somebody else, are you talking about somebody that's black like me or somebody that's of another ethnicity?
I mean, I'm just talking about someone outside of your culture. I don't look at color. I don't like saying black people because, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't say color. I said ethnicity and culture. People are categorized under ethnicities. I
Yeah,
mean, you don't have to subscribe to it or
culture,
not, but that's the truth. So,
outside.
okay, so let's say somebody who's Indian, let's say somebody who's East Indian, and their cultural disposition is that of Hinduism, right? They read the Rigved Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita's, and all of that, right? That's part of their culture. If they say that Vishnu is my patron deity and I worship Vishnu, why would that be disrespectful to me? Okay.
I mean, if they say Vishnu is saying that, you know what I'm saying, only I am, only my culture, only me and my people that's under Vishnu
Okay.
is the children of God, and everyone
That's fine.
outside person is you know what I'm saying, left for dead, or they basically they not shit. If they saying that, then yeah, I'm gonna question them like, okay, well,
I'm
and
not disrespected by that at all. That's their prerogative to subscribe to what they want to subscribe to. Now, what does that have to do with anything? If I work with that person in a secular job, doesn't matter. We have a job to do, regardless if that's how they feel or not. I
I
work
mean,
with people. Listen to me. I'm gonna give you an example, right? Listen. I'm gonna give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I work in IT. I have a very specialized role in IT that I do, right? I'm a solutions
Mm-hmm.
engineer, right? So in my job at IT, I've worked with people of other ethnic groups, even my own ethnic group, that had their own subscriptions that differed from mine, and that they practiced and they even shared in break rooms, wherever the case may be. And at the end of the day, it didn't mean nothing to me because we still have to work together. So it doesn't mean nothing. So why would I take it personally if somebody says that I'm East Indian, Vishnu is my patron deity, and I'm chosen of Vishnu? And I'm saying, okay, that's great, but now you're working here at this job, so we're co-workers. Let's get the job done. I'm not offended by that. That's their prerogative. Why would I be offended by that? It doesn't bother me. If somebody that I'm working on, let's say, for example, we're creating a community bank in order to keep our money within the Black community, and there's a brother there who's of the Kemetic persuasion, a brother there of the Christian persuasion, and I'm there of my Israelite persuasion. Christian believes that they're chosen by God. I don't like to use that word God. I'm specific when it comes to deities. And they say that they're chosen by God and Jesus is their God. Kemetic brother said, yo, I'm just here with the ancestors. And we sit there and say, look, great, that's all wonderful. Hey, at the end of the day, this bank is suffering economically. So let's get together, create a community bank so that everybody can benefit for it, so that we can continue to have these discussions without being heavily dependent or tethered to the system that's oppressing us, because we don't have the power to oppress each other. So I'm trying to see, my brother, why is it disrespectful? Why is it disrespectful?
It is disrespectful because of the fact that, from my point of view, I'm
Mhm.
not willing to, or I'm not even going to say I'm not willing to. What I'm going to say is it's disrespectful because of the fact that if I'm working hand in hand with you, brother,
Okay.
and you're telling me, your teachings is telling you that you and your culture is God's children, but you just looking at this situation like, but we got a situation we're trying to build for everyone, so hey, let's just work together. To me, that's the same thing with these officials out here who everyone call white man or whatever. That's the same as saying they have their own agenda behind their moves, and they working together with me just to get a solution out the that's in our face right now out the way. To me, that's the same thing because of the,
How do you
because,
feel about Marcus Garvey?
hold on, let me get finished what I'm getting through. The reason I
Okay, but
feel
I just want to know that real quick.
because
How are you? What is your take on Marcus Garvey, real quick, and then you can say what you say.
I mean, but my train of thought would get off track. You know what I'm saying? The way I
Okay,
think.
okay. So go ahead, go
So
ahead. I'll reserve that for when you finish.
the reason I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, I feel like it is disrespectful. And it's the same thing as that scenario that I put it, is because at the end of the day, guess what's going to come back again eventually? The fact that your God is telling you you is chosen and my God is telling me I am chosen. So when that solution in front of us gets solved, which is going to simply get solved, it's not going to take, it don't matter how long it takes, it's going to get solved. Once that gets solved, guess what we got to come back to again? The bigger problem, which is the fact that, well, now it's about ruling. Now it's about, well, who God is telling the truth. Because now some of your people is looking at my culture as something that's enlightening, and some of my people is looking at your culture as enlightening, and now we have a diffusion as to what religion, like you just give a breakdown of religion. Now religion is getting branched out. Now, you know what I'm saying? It's like our cultures are gonna either get diluted eventually, or we're gonna end up start warring because of the fact that you saying your God say you're chosen. When the word God gets spoken, I'm not looking at it like just a simple deity. Or, oh, I'm looking at something of great power. So if you have the audacity to say something of great power chose you over another, at the end of the day, that means you're willing to do what you have to do for that deity. That means you would do what you have to do. You have Muslims or whoever killing themselves over their culture, over their religion, or over their God or deity, whatever the words is. But all I'm saying is that is why it's disrespectful. Because at the end of the day, if you can't even, if I'm not a brother in your, if we're not equal in God's eyes, then in your eyes, I'm just gonna be someone that you're dealing with for a moment. Like you said, oh, we got to get this economic situation planned out. Oh, if we at a store and we got to both, we're co-workers, but after we clock out, hey, I ain't got nothing to do with you no more. And that type of civilization is going to keep getting brought up and seeded out here until eventually the truth of what needs to come out gets handled. And your truth is God, everything's going to die out and only your culture going to stand. Their truth is everything's going to die out and only their culture is standing. What if right now everything is dying out and everybody's damn culture is still here? What if our culture is us? I don't want to get into the what ifs because I know you want references and things like that, but I'm a collective.
No, so
it's not about so much information that you're gathering. It's more so about the common sense that you have, the awareness of what's on now. Not the deity, not the God of who you raised and like, oh, is this God for this person? Now, I think the ancestor was trying to find out many gods and couldn't find any because they was looking in every other area but their damn heart. And they had to get punished.
I disagree with that because we have to look at what's there. So let me give you an example, right? In West Africa, right? How many tribes are in West Africa? Let me see if you can give me a ballpark answer. How many tribes are in West Africa? Do you believe you're African? Let me just ask you that. Do you believe you're African?
Nah, I wouldn't.
No, you don't believe you're African. Okay. So where's your ancestors from? Where did your ancestors come from? What, are they aboriginal to this land or did they come from West Africa?
My ancestors is the living humans that walk this land. I'm not subscribed to a certain bloodline because every bloodline links back to the same damn bloodline.
I'm just asking you. Okay, so your ancestors for 500 years ago, what was your ancestors 500 years ago?
Where was my ancestors?
Yeah.
I mean, all over the world. There was never a point in time where everybody was in one damn city in the whole world. There was always.
I'm just asking about your immediate ancestors. Where were they at 500 years ago?
I just gave you the answer, Divine.
So in 1520, your ancestors were all over the world. That's what you're telling me.
They was out here in America. They was out there in Asia. That's what ancestors stand for. It stands for the living before you. So it wasn't just a parent. I didn't just have a father or mother or a certain crowd. No, because before that crowd came, it was another crowd. And before that crowd came, it was another crowd. And the crowd continues, but I am the resurrection of all of them. So my bloodline is not linked to one damn type of blood. And there's no test to tell me who my ancestors are. The common sense tell me.
So you don't subscribe to DNA. You don't subscribe to the fact that your immediate ancestors 500 years ago came from West or Central Africa, right?
No,
you said that your ancestors... No. So do you subscribe to DNA? Yes or no?
Now you want to ask me. Come on, you can't do. Now you asking me. Come on.
Do you subscribe to DNA to chart your ancestry? Yes or no?
Because now you put words in my mouth. I don't even want to go down that road because now you showing me you being chauvinist with the conversation out, man. You know what I'm saying?
My brother, I'm asking you a question. Do you subscribe to DNA as a means of showing where your ancestry originated from? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking you.
Yes.
So you do subscribe to DNA. So if you subscribe to DNA, where does DNA put your ancestors 500 years ago? Your immediate bloodline ancestors 500 years ago?
I mean, that question is too general, Divine. It's not no way you could just narrow that answer down. That question is too narrow. I mean, yeah,
Have
it's
you
too.
taken a DNA test before or no?
Yes, I took a DNA test for my child.
Okay, so no. I'm not talking about for paternity, my brother. I'm
Okay.
talking about have you taken a DNA test so that way they can help determine your direct ancestors and where they were 500 years ago. If you have not taken that test, just say, my brother, I have not taken an ancestry DNA test. That's all you got to say.
I know what to say. I just gave you an answer. You asked me that I took a DNA test, and I told you yes with the paternity. Other than that, I haven't taken a ancestral
There you
DNA.
go. Okay, but would you in the future just see where your ancestors came from, or do you think that that's irrelevant?
No, I mean, of course I would. You know what I mean?
Awesome. And then when they tell you 500 years ago you come from Central West Africa, right? That's where your immediate ancestors come from, and they give you E1B1A, right? What would you say if you see E1B1A there? Does that matter to you? Does that mean anything? Does it matter? Because I'm trying to make a point. I'm gonna show you what I mean, because what I'm trying to tell you is that no matter how many black people you get together, we will always be tribal. So therefore, you form what's called a federation. There's ways around the type of issues that you're proposing. Anytime you get a whole bunch of black people together, it is innate for us to be tribal. That's just the way it works. That's just the way it is. That's what history has shown, my brother. You mentioned ancient Egypt. Okay. Did you know that there was several tribes in ancient Egypt? Did you know that the Nubians to the south also was considered a separate tribe? Did you know that the Libyans to the northwest was considered a different tribe? Did you know the Amu was considered a different tribe? And within them, if we go and look at the time of the Ramside period, we see there the 9 bowls, they lay out about 9 different tribes. And then if you go and you look at the Nubians, you had the red Nubians to the east. Then you had to the south, the darker Nubians. They were considered different tribes. And within Egypt itself. So the point I'm trying to make is you cannot get rid of tribes. Tribalism will always exist. I don't care if you take 1 million black people and say, look, we come from nature. That's it. Nature's our God. We're going to take care of nature. At the end of the day, all those people is going to go into their own little cliques and create their own little tribes. And whoever's the leader of that tribe, hold on, is going to dictate. It's called what's called the beehive mentality. It's going to dictate how that tribal group operates. So how do you get around tribalism if it cannot be avoided? You cannot get rid of tribalism. You create a federation. What is a federation, my brother? This is historical stuff. What's the federation? You know what a federation is?
Yeah, I know what a federation is.
Okay, so can you define it for me? If not, I can define it just so that the audience knows. So you may know it, but the audience may not know it. So can you please define it for us? I'm trying to give you a solution to an issue that you're raising to me. Because when people say this to me all the time, I try to give them a practical solution, because you're talking about something that may never change. So what do you do with that state? How do you get to some kind of end game with that particular state? You have to find a solution. Forming a federation is a solution to a group of people that will always be tribal. So a federation, by definition, is a group of states with a central government, but independence in their own affairs. That's the only way you can solve tribalism, my brother, is through a federated state. That's it. I don't care if you get 1 million Christians together, 1 million Muslims together, 1 million Israelites together, 1 million people that subscribe to Kemet conscious community, or people who are just animists. Doesn't matter. You will always have tribalism. And unless you create a federation, you cannot solve that problem. What I was simply saying to you is along the lines of a primitive federation, because that's the only way you can solve it. Variety is good because variety helps drive change. It helps drive knowledge. It helps drive understanding, seeing different points of view, keeping you from being hubris or having too much hubris, being humble. Understand that there's other perspective, because you just said that. You saw our ancestors in the past. They all had a little bit of truth here and there, but they were all searching for this one thing. That's what you said. And that is the thing that kept them into tribes. That's something that's innate in our blood. And you cannot get rid of tribalism. That is how we are as a human race, if you want to say it like that. So how do you solve that problem? Through a federation. Because that federation is designed to solve common societal ills between those various tribes. And these are common things that they can agree on to work together to allow that to govern their social affairs. And then when they are outside of that scope, they deal with their own internal affairs as a tribe. That's how it works. That is your solution to what is you're proposing. Has nothing to do with religion. Has to do with how we are as a people, how we are predisposed to be tribal.
That's not a solution, because that's just basically saying, they're just speaking on our natural instincts of how we will come together and have a federation. I mean, that's not a solution to what I'm saying.
So what's the solution to what you're saying? Tell me what the solution is. Give me the solution.
I'm not here to tell you the solution of what I'm saying. I'm here to question you for you to give me insight of your.
And I did. I gave you insight with every question you asked. I gave you a solution with the last question you asked. I'm not sure what you want more from me. Now I'm asking you as my guest on this platform. I'm asking you to provide a solution, because this is a solution-oriented platform. If you just want to talk about things that are abstract, we can do that until the cows come home. But I would love for you to provide a solution, so that way people will know that they invested time listening to this, to a brother who's intelligent like you and can provide a solution to a common ill that is faced in our community. Can you please provide a solution on what we can do to the problem you propose, my brother? That's all I'm asking you. I don't think it's a lot, given that you kept questioning and interrogating me. Now I'm simply asking you to please provide a solution.
Okay, yeah, I could definitely give a solution.
All right, I'm listening.
Okay, so my solution is drop the goddamn religion and the differences in culture. Understand that the reality of, as a people, our ancestors was on the same journey we is on, to find God within us and within this universe we're in. Some of us was way more advanced than others, and we was able to tap into energies that no one understood. Some of us took greed to this and got punished. There are different cultures that was created after we was being punished, because of the fact that consciously we are supposed to be as one, so that the true God, which is awareness of itself in everybody, can come back and kill, and not kill, replenish the universe for its own pleasure. My solution is stop saying God chose your children. I mean, you're a chosen God, child. Because if I'm not correct, and not to throw a shot at you, but wasn't you Christian a few years before you jumped into Israelites? Because I think I heard a few in one of your videos. You was a Christian. Am I correct?
In the past, yes. Were you a Christian in the past too?
Huh?
Were you a Christian in the past as well?
I was a child. I was 12 years old, and my mama forced me to go to church. That's
so
all.
That means, yes, right? My mother did the same thing with me, my brother. So,
but after I dropped Christianity at the age of 12, I wasn't into it. I didn't even know what it was. I still did everything. So I don't even got that label. But my point is the fact that you're going through a journey. You're going through your ups and downs the same way I am. Yes, the same way all of us are. But to give this God children stamp or title is is not giving a solution. That's pushing people away from coming together. Because what type of person would want to bond with someone who's saying their culture is God chosen and I got to be a part of them? But if I'm looking at if I'm not subscribing with your culture, but I'm subscribing with your mentality, then I'm going to hell because I ain't subscribed to your culture. That's not the message that we should be giving.
I never said anybody's going to hell. I don't know where you're getting that from. I never said that.
I mean, I'm not saying you are. I didn't say you
so
are.
Let's talk about me then. Because I cannot speak hypotheticals for people who are not here to defend themselves. So let's talk about me and you, my brother. I'm trying to focus on me and you. Let's not talk about any hypotheticals, okay? So my question to you is this. Can you show me anywhere on this planet where that solution is being implemented right now and is yielding results?
Yes, I can show you somewhere in my household.
Sure. Where's it at?
Come over here in Warner Robins. It's in my household. It's getting implemented.
In your household is being implemented.
Yes.
Now, if it's being implemented in your house,
then you tell Brandon T. Jackson, it's not the quantity, it's the quality. So yes, I'm a seed of starting it up. Just the same way as before you was an Israelite, this mission you're on now, where was that then? Before everything starts when it needs to start, brother. One thing about me is you and knowledge doesn't fear me. What fears me is the goddamn solution of the people. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about if you have a solution. It doesn't matter if you have an answer. What matters is what you're doing. To me, that's all that's the solution. As long as you're doing
then why are you focusing on the numerator instead of just focusing on the common denominator? I don't understand.
And what's the common denominator?
You just said the mentality. So why are we not focusing on that? I don't understand.
I mean,
you're bringing up the things that's dividing. Listen, you're bringing up the things that's divisive because you believe that it's the mentality behind the ideology that's going to cause this sharp schism or division. However, I'm talking about common denominators, federations coming together, how to work. This is what I'm saying. I seen Dark Side in the chat just saying to get rid of tribalism. That cannot be done because that's innate. That's how we are as a people. That's why there's different tribes. They're there because nobody has ever been all one. That has never existed. Listen to me. If you can show me any time in history where tribalism did not exist, then I could say, you know what? That's a great model for what you're saying. Show me where it didn't exist. Show me show me where tribalism never existed. Show me. Because you mentioned civilization.
Brother,
so
you know that's not my standpoint.
Civilization where tribalism never existed.
That's not my standpoint. You're talking about somebody in the comment. That's not what we're discussing.
No. I'm saying
me to talk to you.
My brother, I'm saying to you, can you show me? Because what I said to you is, if you're saying drop all of that, and I'm saying if we dropped all of that and came together, there would still be tribalism. People will still get in their own cliques, have their own perspective on how things should be done, what we should do, how we should do it, what we should subscribe to, what we should believe, what should be described. That's always going to happen. You're going to have people that's always going to section off and get in their own little tribes. That's what I'm saying to you. So I'm saying to you, how do you solve that problem? And people might say, look, we have better ideas than you guys. We should be ruling. We should be calling the shots. You're going to have those problems.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's not the problem with the tribals of. The problem is not tribals and people breaking into their own area. That's not the problem, because at the end of the day, back in ancient time, there were people who wanted to be homeless. There were people who who didn't want to work, who didn't want to be a part of the civilization, and it was cool. It wasn't forced. It was, you did what you subscribed to, but the majority seen a bigger picture.
Give me a reference, my brother, to what you're saying. Are you talking about in Egypt, Kemet? You said there were people that did what you said. I'm just saying, where did this happen at?
Well, that was people in in Egypt, man. There was people who just didn't care. They didn't care to be a part of a civilization. It's pretty common sense, bro. You don't need a receipt. Look at around you. Don't you see bums on the side of the street that say, hey, I don't want part of the system? That's not new. That's not somebody just, it took some brains. That's not new. That's been here. It's never been a time where like you just said, everybody want to call everybody. That's not it. Seats, you're saying, for that, use your common sense. Just like bums out here, that's been around. It's been people who's coming out saying, I don't want to be a part of that. You're gonna have to kill me, or you're gonna have to take my family because it's too much bullshit for me. And I'm saying, with that perspective, bro, that is something that's always been here. So the tribal is okay. That's not the problem. The problem is, in the tribal, we are not being disciplined enough to still say, keep God name out your damn mouth. Everybody in these tribals nowadays is trying to claim that is what no one did that. That is new now. Everybody on this I mean, not new. I'm tripping. I'm trying to talk too damn fast. Let me calm down. Nowadays, everybody's claiming on this God. It's coming back to the same shit in ancient where they was praising a rock, praising you know what I'm saying, stones, praising this, praising that. Everyone want to claim this title of God in the tribals. That is the problem. But we need we need the intelligent with the intelligent. We need the poor with the poor. That is the balance of life where we stay with alligators don't stay down monkeys. So it's supposed to be segregation. That's natural. Is when an alligator can go to the house and say, look, man, I run this shit and y'all get out of here. That's when it's a problem because the monkey's gonna look at the alligator like, man, you don't get the hell out of here. You don't even belong here. So what?
But you saying that because even in nature, my brother, look, check this out, right? Even in nature, let's use nature as an example. Do you know what the bobo monkey is? Do you know what the bobos are? Have you studied them? Because let's get into nature then. Because I think you're a man that understands nature. Okay. Yeah. So if we look at the bobo monkey, right? Is there tribalism amongst the bobo monkey? Yes or no? So bobos can be gorillas, or the bonobo can be
amongst them.
If you look amongst monkeys, there's tribalism amongst monkeys. Why? They don't have no civilization like we do. Why is there tribalism amongst monkeys?
Okay.
No, I'm asking you a question. Why? We're talking about nature now. We're not talking about humans. Oh. What was that?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, repeat that because it went out.
What I simply said was, if you look at monkeys, yes, I can hear you. If you look at monkeys, let's say silverback gorillas, bonobos. If you look at different types of monkeys, there's tribalism amongst monkeys, various monkey species. They're not human, right? Means they don't create civilizations. If we look at nature, and that's an example in nature, why do monkeys have tribalism amongst them and they're not human? Why does that exist?
Hello.
Yes, I'm talking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, my brother? Hello?
In and out. My phone, I'm 2%. I got it on the charger, but
it's all good. Okay, so can you still hear me? Yeah, I think you're still breaking up, my brother. Okay. Well, what I'll probably do, because we're getting towards 4 hours. I don't know if you have to go back outside. Maybe if you go back outside, do you have a few more bars to go back outside just to give your final words? And I'll give my final words, and we can kind of like just conclude like that. Or you know what? Turn off your camera, but keep the mic on in your connection. Turn off your camera, but keep your mic on. And he drops. I didn't want him to do that. All right. So I want to thank the brother for coming on the platform and building. So shout out to brother Father Time. Thank you so much for coming on and building and being able or having the discipline and willpower to have a back and forth discussion to see where we came from, each other's position. I know that you were having some difficulty with your phone, and that's understandable. So hopefully at another time we can talk and have a better discussion, maybe via a phone call. Maybe that'll probably work better next time. But I'll sum it off by saying this, right? So I completely understand what the brother's position is. It's not nothing that's new to me. It's not nothing that I have not heard before. It's nothing that I have not examined myself, because I guess people think that because I choose to identify as an Israelite, like I'm just ignorant of everything else that's out there. I'm not saying that's what the brother says or thinks. As you can see, I've demonstrated to that brother on various levels the point that I'm trying to make. If I was somebody that was religious, I would only stick with one particular near point of view. However, I was trying to show him comparative cultural analysis to exemplify my point. I tried to go into nature to exemplify my point. Every time he asked me a question, I took some time to answer the question for him. He asked me, will you be insulted if somebody that you work with or have to work with decides that Vishnu has chosen them? And I said, no, why would that bother me? Obviously, they have a need to work. So even though Vishnu feels that way about them, there are certain secular needs that still need to be met. And therefore, if we're going to have to work together on the same job, there's a code of ethics that is required of both of us in order for us to work together. So that way we can get the job done. Me identifying as an Israelite and coming from the particular cloth that I'm cut from, and in my particular ideology, it stimulates that we have covenant with a patron deity. This is no different than somebody who is Yoruba, who engages in Ifa, who engages with the Orishas, and who says, Oludamare or Mare is my Orisha. And what happens is, if you inquire of Oludamare, of some things that are going on in your life, you have to make a covenant with Oludamare, and therefore there are some things you have to do in return for the things that you're seeking from Oludamare. The Babalu goes and he casts lots for you, cowrie shells, nuts, whatever, kola nuts, whatever, casts lots for you, makes markings, and there's a way that you can mathematically read these markings and get the outcome, and he tells you what it is. And therefore, yes, the deity can do this for you. In exchange, you have to do that. So if somebody comes and tells somebody, hey, you know, Oludamare has covenanted with me and he's going to give me fortune because I have to do this, that's going to make that person special because Oludamare has a particular relationship with that person. Should that affect somebody else if the point of us talking is to build something? It should not. It's like, okay, that's your business. That's your tribe. That's what you do. Cool. This is what we do. Cool. We have a problem, a common issue in our community. Let's extract the things that we can utilize from our cultural dispositions, put it together in a federation, solve the problem, and use whatever it is we develop to govern our ethics amongst each other when we're dealing with each other. And then once that's done, autonomously step outside of that and go into our separate tribes and deal how we deal. That's it. I don't see why ideology would do that, because anybody can come up with an ideology. You can have that situation when everybody says, yo, forget all the religion and the culture and everything, let's come together. Yet you're going to have somebody in there that think that they are God, that they're more smarter than everybody else, more intelligent than everybody else, and therefore everybody needs to listen to them. Then another person can come up and they're going to think the same thing. And now you have two groups where they got rid of the old things, but they got something new now, and now they're coming at each other. And yet, instead of you cementing what a federation is, to let people know that, listen, there's going to be variety amongst us. And those varieties are going to naturally evolve and develop amongst us. Therefore, when these things happen, it's okay. We have a system in place that we can all agree on, that despite what those differences may be that arise, commonly, these are the things that we have to bind ourselves in order for us to survive as a community. It's that simple. When you teach these things and ingrain it from the womb all the way to adulthood, despite whatever kind of tribalist mentality that somebody has that they want to devolve into or evolve into, they understand that in order for this society to work that we've crafted and created, this is the mechanics in order to keep things, or the cement to keep things going. So my personal, you got to understand, see, I thought the brother wanted to come on here and talk about nation building and talk practically. That's what I wanted to do. But in his mind, he thinks, like some other people think in the conscious community, I'm not going to say no names, that think, well, if you have that particular disposition, then at the end of the day, after we finish working and building everything, so you're going to think different of me. Well, why would I do that when my culture doesn't tell me to oppress you? My culture tells me to entreat the strength. Matter of fact, let me get that. Let me get that. I'm going to get off with this. Let me get that. After this, I'm done. Right? All right. Exodus chapter 22, verse 21. You shall not wrong a stranger or oppress them, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34. The stranger who resides with you shall be to you as the native among you. You shall love him as yourself, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. I am Yod-Heh-Wah-Fe, your power. There was a mixed multitude that exited out with the Israelites. Therefore, there were people that were not from the same bloodline that lived amongst them. And now, as this theocracy is being established, one of the principles that was put forth is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34, which is the stranger who resides with you shall be to you as the native among you, and you shall love him as yourself. Now, why? If a person is telling me that the ideology says that I'm better than you, why would this be there? Why would Leviticus chapter 19, verse 34 be written in the cultural literature of a particular people if they are to see themselves as being better than a stranger that's amongst them? When the text is telling them they should be as a native unto you, and you shall love them as you love yourself. Why is that there? Why is that there? Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 19 says, so show your love for the alien, for you were aliens in the land of Egypt. Why is this there? Leviticus chapter 24, verse 22, there shall be one standard for you. It shall be for the stranger as well as the native. Why is that there? Leviticus chapter 19, verse 33, when a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. So if you're telling me at the end of the day, we're going to work together, get this project done, and after that, I'm going to oppress you, I'm going to rule over you. Well, hold on. My culture don't tell me to do that. See, that's the problem. The people that's exemplifying the example of this particular ideology is doing so in a way where they're not truly keeping the core principles of the ideology. Because if they was, then these are the first things that come to mind when a brother like this says the things that he says to me, which I was trying to get at the end, but we didn't have time. I was trying to find different angles to work with him, try to go through the Egyptian angle, try to go to the natural angle, and then try to get back to the final point to let him know that, listen, I see you say all of that. Federation is a solution. And one thing in my cultural paradigm, it says for me to treat a stranger as a native amongst you and love him as I love myself. Why would I mistreat you if I'm dictated to love you as I love myself? Why would I do that? So anybody that does that from my culture is because they're not practicing what the text is telling them to do. That's what it's saying. I did not write that. I did not make that up. This is not my particular ideology. This is what the text is saying. Okay. All right. All right. So with that said, I'm gonna get off and I'm gonna go. Like I said, much respect to that brother. I thank him for coming on here. He's been following for a little bit of time because I've seen his name is different than Father Time. That name that showed up when he came on here, it looks familiar. So I see the brother's been following for some time. I appreciate him coming on the platform because I open it up. Like I tell you, I open my platform for whoever. Any and everybody has come on here, been on here. I've been back and forth. And what they see from talking with me is that I do not have a one-track linear mind when it comes to a particular subject matter. I try to find different ways or different angles to make my point, to reason with you, right? To go the logical sense if you want to go the faith sense if you want to, however you want to do it, the natural scientific sense, the ethereal sense, whatever you want to do. I'm willing to meet you there so we can talk and build, but there are some things that we have to agree upon. And if you see, because my thing is I didn't have an issue with the brother. If I had an issue, I wouldn't allow him on here. I didn't say, oh, you believe something other than me. I'm not bothered by that. I got tough skin. I'm not sensitive. So whatever he subscribes to, if the brother say, yo, I'm an animist, yo, but yo, I got a solution that can help fix the issues with our community. I said, wow, that's great. Listen, I identify as an Israelite. I got solutions too. Let's just focus on the solutions. I'm not here to proselytize. You shouldn't be here because what he was doing was proselytizing. That's what he was doing. He didn't realize he was doing that, but the brother was proselytizing. He then was interrogating me and tried to exempt himself from interrogation. And the brother's young. I got him by at least 10 years. The brother's young, and I like his zeal and his passion. However, I need the brother to consider some of the things that I was trying to share with him as well. Because I'm willing to receive and accept and hear what you have to say, but it has to be a two-way street. Okay, so I'm willing to reason, I'm willing to build, I'm willing to get an understanding, I'm willing to see your perspective, but it has to go both ways. So much love to that brother. He's worked on his platform many times. He was respectful, even though he was passionate. The brother was trying to proselytize. I wasn't. The brother was getting on me for my ideology. I wasn't getting him for his. I was showing him that I understand where he was coming from. And I said, look, let's look at the common denominator. But he kept focusing on the numerator. And I tried to share that with him. I guess he didn't pick up on that because, I try to use mathematical equations in order for people to understand, certain points. Because sometimes you got to reach people do math. Some people do natural sciences. Some people do religion. Some people do culture. There's different ways you got to try to reach people. So that's why I said some terms. I said, look, we got to focus on the common denominator. Why you focus on the numerator? If you keep focused on the numerator when trying to solve an equation that deals with the common denominator, you'll never figure out the solution. You'll never have an equation that can be solved. So what is the variable? See, I can bring it to those terms too, and we can reason that way. I'm just trying to reach the brother so you can understand that I'm not dealing with this from a religious perspective. I understand your disposition. I'm trying to meet you there. I'm trying to explain to you that how it's not disrespectful, and within my culture, the things that I'm obligated to do. Like I was trying to get there. Take some time. Like I said, chess is very patient. You gotta take time. Move pieces. See how the person responds to the pieces you move. Right? Get them to move certain pieces so you can lead them into what it is that you're trying to get them towards. It takes time, right? It takes discourse and dialogue. It's not 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Sometimes it takes time. So I was taking my time, working him through, trying to find different angles until he says, oh, okay, I get what you're coming at, my brother. I really can't argue with that. You have a good point there. And try to be the best example for my particular ideology as I can to explain to him that I understand your concern wholeheartedly. However, there are guidelines within my culture that prevents that from happening. And if anybody is true to this culture, then they will subscribe to that as well. If they don't, then they have abandoned the actual culture that is designed to keep them in harmony. Remember, I mentioned that, in harmony with the environment. It means the Israelites was going to be with other groups of people. You got to stay in harmony with them. So therefore, the theocracy is set up so that way there are statutes in it that tells you how to deal with the native or the strangers amongst you. To stay in harmony. Remember that ecology? In harmony. So this is how we deal. So again, I just want to be an example for my community to show that we can take our time, work with brothers and sisters from other particular, dispositions or whatever, and find different ways to reason with them. That is my brother. He is not my enemy. I told him I see him the same way that I'm supposed to as part of my culture. That's how I view him. He keeps talking about the human race in it. Okay, I understand the human race. We was all over the globe. Okay, if you want to say that, my brother, that's great. But you know what happened? Tribalisms happen. That's why people get into their own little separate groups and stuff. I tried to talk to West Africa with him. He didn't want to talk to the West Africa thing. I said, are you Aboriginal? Then I said, I said, you don't subscribe to DNA. So yeah, how you know? Do you take a DNA? Yeah, I took a DNA fraternity. It's like, brother, that's not the same thing. Like, okay, I understand that. All right. Try to meet him, try to find different things and try to do a process of deduction and get to, common ground and kind of get him to understand that, look, you ain't got nothing to worry about for people who truly hold this part of the culture, because this is how they're supposed to deal. Like, but sometimes he wasn't hearing that. So I try to find a different angle. At the end of the day, my brother, much power and respect for you. If you got solutions, share it with me. We can nation build. You don't have to subscribe to what I subscribe to in order for us to nation build. However, I'm going to continue to have my tribe. It's just how it's going to be. I'm not going to lie about that. This is the tribal thing. But however, we can still establish a federation, even though we have tribes, and we can still work together to fix the same issues that we face in each of our communities. So with that, my brother, much love for you. Again, I'm going to sign off. I thank everybody for being in here. I didn't see all of the feedback that y'all gave. All the contact information is on the screen. If there's anything that we can do to help you out, please let us know. Email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. Thank you to everybody that left a donation. Shout out to Truth Seeking Israel 44 for the donation. I appreciate that, my brother. Anybody else that donated that I missed, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you everybody for thumbs up the video. Thank you everybody for sharing the video. All the new people that subscribe, I appreciate that. Those who just signed up for the Patreon, thank you so much. We have a long way to go. However, there is a lot to learn in this journey. And the problem is people want to rush to the destination, but they don't want to build character during the process. See, the purpose of the journey is so that you can learn things about yourself, about your environment, and those around you, right? And you can be in right relationship with that ethereal power that is guiding you along that path. So I seek to enjoy the ups, downs, and everything else in between of this journey, because it's only through synergy that the sum of all parts is greater than those individual parts. It's only through that synergy that you can truly appreciate your arrival to where you're going. So with that, I pray that that brother's journey is insightful. I pray his journey is edifying, is rewarding. I pray that he gets what he seeks from that journey. I wish him nothing but the best. I'm willing to still open the door and work with him. But at the same time, I'm trying to get him to understand that your preconceived notions or presuppositions about my community is because nobody walked you through understanding the basic principles that should be exemplified by everybody that identifies the same as me. I'm willing to walk you through that and explain that to you, my brother. And you're still my brother at the end of the day. I wanted to say much love, much respect. I honor you, King, and I want you to have the best out of whatever it is you're looking to do. It's that simple. That's it. And would he wish the same for me? That's what I would like to know. All right. So with that, family, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. We went a little way over our time. I was waiting for him to come on earlier, but it took him about 30 minutes or so to get his stuff together. But I stayed because a lot of times when people watch these sessions, they say, well, Divine, leave that brother alone, Divine. But I'm trying to tell them love, like when you display love, love is long suffering. See, those of you who believe in the New Testament, when you go to 1 Corinthians chapter 13, what does it talk about? So let's get that real quick before we go. I'm going to show you 1 Corinthians chapter 13. All right. I'm going to give you, and like I said, y'all know my position. Paul's epistles is tertiary, but sometimes he got some good information in there. And I agree with this. Remember I told you the alien stranger, love them as you love yourself? I don't know if he read that part in the text, but if he did read it, then he'd understand that everything he's trying to say to me is really futile as it pertains to my culture. But that's neither here nor there. If I speak in tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers, I understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so to remove mountains. See, even if you have all faith, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all that I have and I deliver my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. You know, I wasn't being linear with him. I was being broad, open, trying to reach him. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part and we prophesy in part, but when the perfect comes, the partial will pass away. Then it says, when I was a child, I spoke as a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. And I realized that some of us are still thinking like children. And therefore, it is very self-centered. And it's very, oh, well, this person. And I tell people, when you become a man and you're able to self-actualize yourself in the grand scheme of things, you understand that everybody that's coming towards you is not naturally adversarial. There is a background story that is there that you have not investigated to understand why that person is coming at you the way that they are. Sometimes they may not have seen the best reflection of your ethnic group, of your ideological group, or whatever the case may be. And therefore, the onus is on you to prove that perceived stereotype wrong. And when people see that you've taken time to listen to them, to talk to them, to engage them, that is how you win people over. That is how you do it. So a lot of times, some of you may get frustrated with me. Sometimes a lot of you might say, well, Divine, why are you doing this? But it's because a lot of the times we don't understand the bigger picture. See, we see in part, we know in part, but that which is perfect, when it comes, it will clear all things. What is that which is perfect? Well, if love never ceases, that is the perfect thing that we all must strive to. I'm not perfect. I'm on the same journey as everybody else. However, I strive to make values that I see in this text actuality. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes mistakes. However, being that I am just thrust into the public eye, I have to, with my best ability, when I deal with other brothers and sisters that have a misunderstanding, that have a different cultural disposition, a different ideological point of view, I am obligated to take my time to be kind, to be patient, to not to boast up, and to continue to let that brother and sister know you are still my brother, you're still my sister. We have a family difference. That's okay. It happens. But I'm willing to walk with you until we get to a common ground so we do not become enemies, because you already have a common enemy that is looking to destroy us and wants to cause division. However, we need to duplicate that spirit of love, so therefore we can continue to maintain this walk together, because it may be my actions towards you to make the difference in how you perceive my entire community. That's how it works. So I thank y'all sometime for walking with me. And I know sometimes, like I said, y'all may get mad at Divine. But one day, if you haven't already seen it, you're going to appreciate the fact that somebody in our community took time to build with other people in other communities, because one day that's going to be the bridge that we may need to get to a certain point when we hit that gap in the road. So with that, family, I love y'all. Thank you for watching. I know this was lengthy. Don't get mad at me. I was trying to prove something to the brother so that way I can win him. But at the end of the day, I hope it was edifying to y'all. I hope it was educating to y'all. And again, thank you for the support. If you need anything in return, I'm here to support y'all as well. All right. So thank you for watching. See you next time. Peace and